India. This Bhatt, I give oath to all the judges who become judges of the Supreme Court. And there were two chairs there. One on which the Chief Justice sat, and one on which the judge was supposed to sit to take the oath. And he made me sit on the second chair. And frankly, sitting on a chair where a judge sits was an experience by itself. And then he said, now you give a speech sitting on this chair. And I don't know what was the magic of that chair, but whatever I spoke after I finished speaking, people said is something most wonderful they have heard. So therefore, I think there is a magic and power in the chair where the judges sit, and therefore I'm always humbled to speak when lordships are present. Well, the topic for today, women in position of power and decision making. I would take this like a debate. And the motion would be, should we have more women in position of power and decision making? And I would speak for the motion. Well, in India, we have many aspects to how we look at women. What is their status and position? So I start with the most ancient ones, which is, and I'm sure most of you have heard this, when we say, Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shanti Rupena Sangasthita, Ya Devi Bhuteshu Shakti Rupena Sangasthita, Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Matri Rupena Sangasthita, Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Buddhi Rupena Sangasthita. This is one aspect of women in our country. And most of us actually look at women when we are in a religious mode like that. The other side, we are just celebrating the appointment of a second lady president of the country. We have had lady prime minister of the country. We have had a lady speaker of the house. We've had a lady finance minister, a lady defense minister, lady chief ministers, and a lady chief justice of the High Court. So I don't think you can question where women can reach because of their competence and capabilities. There are enough world organizations who have said why women should be participative and have a greater role. And I'll just read out a few of them. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals report acknowledges need to ensure women's full and effective participation, equal opportunities for decision-making in political, economic, and public life. In a democracy, it is important that every part of the population is equally represented. Having women involved in decision-making broadens the perspective, increases creativity and innovation, diversifies the talent pools and competencies, and reduces conflicts. It's time to encourage more women in decision-making as they promote policies that improve lives for everyone. including quality education, health, housing, and social justice. Women in leadership are also considered to be more emphatic, but at the same time empathetic, collaborative, and inclusive for national progress. Gender bias actually undermines our social values. And not only is it a human rights issue, but it's a global waste of human talent pool. Well, I have one aspect where I think why women are very important. We used to always talk of IQ, and then the term EQ came into the picture. But I think there are other two Qs which are equally very important. I don't know whether that's my thinking or these are genuine terms, which are SQ and AQ. Well, IQ, everybody knows, intelligence quotient. EQ, everybody knows, is emotional quotient. SQ is the social quotient. And there can be no doubt that women are far more socially sensitive than men. So the SQ factor is extremely important. And what is AQ? Does anybody know what is AQ? Okay. No. AQ is the adversity quotient. And again, I would say that the women face adversity with far greater strength, determination, and dexterity. I think these are enough explanations and reasons why there should be no hindrances for women to be rising higher and higher to positions of power and decision making. But the fact that we are having this conference means there is something amiss. I don't think we are here only to celebrate the women who have reached the power of position and decision making. So what are those things that could be causing a hindrance or a slowdown of this process? And if I could look, the first thing which people say, is it male chauvinism? Two is family resistance. Third is women's own hesitation or family restraint. Fourth is security environment. And in my opinion, though Dr. Jatinder Singh mentioned about regulations, but there are many regulations which are becoming counterproductive. And I'll delve on these very, very small, in a small way, because there are many good people whom you have to listen to. In my opinion, the problem is a combination of all the 5 things that I've said. And there is no one person who can change this. I think it is common man, common woman, society, family, governments, institution, all have to come together to try and break this myth that women should be restricted to certain areas of capability, and you skill them only from marital eligibility perspective. So normally we have a misnomer that stitching, cooking, art, these are domain of women. But if you globally see, the best in the world in these fields are men. On the other hand, if you look at domains which were completely meant to be for men, are today dominated by women: banking, financial services, legal profession, politics. You even come to aviation, you come to the armed forces. So these glass ceilings are being broken. And therefore, I think we need a massive mindset change in society to ensure that women find the right place. 2 is the word women empowerment. And please don't get me wrong, but in my opinion, use of this word is very wrong. The reason is that empowerment always has a negative connotation. It means you are going to take something from somebody and give it to somebody, or restrict somebody from getting something because it has to be given to somebody. Why should we talk of this connotation for women? I think they are phenomenally capable. Just create an environment of opportunity for them. Believe me, even being a man, I'm quite convinced women will outsmart us and outpace us. Just create the atmosphere of opportunities. Don't talk of empowerment, reservations. Those are short-term measures, yes, which can be there, but they will never take us too far. Well, talking specifically of industry, I will give you 2 or 3 regulations which appear to be very good, and I disagree with Jatinder Singh, unfortunately. The regulation about women director on listed companies boards. I think it is the biggest farce going around. You please check who are the women directors on the board of companies, and you will realize what a stupid regulation. If it had to have some purpose, I would have said that government would have said the chairman of the audit committee of every listed company will be a woman. That would have made a difference of what role women can play in the functioning of a company. But just saying you must have one woman director, my company, my wife is the director, to fulfill that condition. So these are counterproductive regulations. The sexual harassment law. I mean, today people are scared to have more women in office because the laws are so draconian that, and I can tell you, I've had cases in my office where even our employees are saying, sir, please don't hire more women employees. So these are counterproductive. They have good intention. But I think we need to be sure that when we make regulation, they serve the purpose for which they are being made and not actually become counterproductive. We definitely need to improve the security environment. It is a challenge. Women don't feel secure to be working at odd hours, at odd places. And I think that's a big area of improvement that's required. I think skilling, we must create more opportunity for women to be skilled. And I'm sure that next time, if we ever meet, we will have many more women in positions of power and decision making. And we'll have progressed a lot if we don't need to have such seminars more. And I hope society can accept women in power and position of decision making as naturally as you remove shoes when you enter a temple, or as naturally we refer to judges as sitting judges and councils as standing councils. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for a very motivating and it's an eye-opener speech for most of us. And as you said, like women empowerment word is a misnomer. I think that needs to be taken in letter and speech. Thank you very much, sir, for your thoughts. Now I would like to invite Ms. Armin Wanderwala, and the advocate and author, and madam has come specially from Mumbai to, in fact, discuss and also, in fact, share her deliberations with all the learned delegates here. Ma'am, please.
My Lord Justice Ravindra Bhatt, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And thank you for having me here. Thank you for inviting me. I second the motion which has been set rolling by my learned earlier speaker, Mr. Jivarajika. But I disagree with him on one point, and that is with regard to security, that ladies may not want to work very late hours. Let me tell you from my own experience, when I joined the legal profession about 30 years ago, I was in the office very often beyond midnight. And I would urge all women wanting to make a mark in any sphere not to try and curtail this. Of course, be aware of your security, and I understand times have changed, but maybe your employers can ensure that you are reached safely home. But merely because of paucity of time, don't restrict your abilities, your workload. Be ready to take on all the workload that is dumped upon you, and in fact, ask for more. Well, being in the legal profession, and initially I was to speak on women and judiciary, but for reasons everybody knows, I'm in the inaugural session. And let me tell you that it is a pleasure and a privilege to be the only woman among the 5 other gentlemen to speak at the inaugural session. And thank you for the opportunity. Women, yes, they are making their mark in all the fields, both in India and abroad. In fact, I would go so far as to say that in India, perhaps we are doing better than in many, many countries abroad. As far as women and the judiciary is concerned, I would say that it's not only the women in the judiciary that is important, but women and the judiciary, meaning how women are treated by not only our judiciary, but by our lawmakers. It's good to find that there are more and more women coming in the judiciary as learned judges. Of course, even women have to accept, and let me tell you, not everybody is ready to accept judgeship, even women. But today, with the recent elevation of the 9 judges in the Bombay High Court now has a total of 8 women judges, a matter of pride for all of us. And in fact, there is a division bench where both the judges are ladies. Again, a matter of pride. And what more power can there be than being on the division bench of a high court, especially preeminent high courts such as the Delhi High Court, the Bombay High Court, the Calcutta High Court, etc. As far as the legal profession itself is concerned, there are more and more women. When I entered the profession, as I said, 30 years ago, in the lighter vein, one senior counsel, noted for his humor, came up to me and said, good to see some glamour at the bar. And the very next day comes and says, what are you still doing here? I said, excuse me, sir. He said, go become a nurse, become a teacher. Why do you want to be a lawyer? He was joking. I could make out from the twinkle in his eye, but the joke was only half a joke. There has been a certain resentment at increasing women. And especially, I find it strange that there are fewer women counsel. In the Bombay High Court, the dual system still persists, which is not so in the Delhi High Court. But even in the Supreme Court, the dual system still persists. And I have my own views about the senior gown, which I will not elaborate here. I think it should be abolished, but I will not elaborate here. But the point is, I find that there are more women taking very powerful positions, including heads of litigation, heads of corporate law, in the corporate sphere, in the sphere of corporate law, in the sphere of chambers, in solicitors and advocates firms, but not so many women counsel being given the opportunity to argue. In terms of industry also, we find women who are shattering the glass ceilings. Several banks, for instance, including international and multinational banks, have ladies at the helm. A case in point is the Standard Chartered Bank. There are several others. In fields of sports also, we have women who are breaking the records, winning the medals, ending up at the top of the podium. So what is required to be afforded to women by society? As my learned friend Gopal said before me, equality of opportunity is very important. Secondly, what is important is, in my humble opinion, equality in treatment. Don't treat a woman different from a man only by reason of gender. But if any differentiation has to be made, it should be made on account of ability, capability. Yes, there are differences. And ladies and gentlemen, and my learned lady friends, vive la difference. We can bear children. No man can do that. Let us celebrate that. And on this topic, let me touch just tangentially on the woman's sovereign right over her body, which I think the Indian judiciary has been more sensitive to, especially as has been recognized and reinforced in the recent judgment given by the bench headed by Justice Chandrachud, where he acknowledges that a woman's right to abortion cannot be put aside because she happens to be unmarried. So he has in one stroke knocked out the difference between a married woman and an unmarried woman when it comes to exercising her sovereign right over her own body. And that in a country supposedly as progressive and supposedly a first world country as the United States, the Supreme Court of the United States has dealt a death blow to that sovereignty by overturning Roe versus Wade, which takes away from the woman the right of abortion, gives the states the right to regulate that. Now, pardon me, now we have women in judiciary at very high levels, women in the legal profession at very high levels. But I would recently, our Chief Justice, Justice Ramanna, had said in a speech that what is necessary is good laws. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know, and my Lord Justice Bhatt would bear out, that judges can only interpret and apply the laws. They have been accused of late of straying into the realm of the executive, and they keep getting reminded by the government that they should not do so. But my take is that if the executive does not perform its duty, it is incumbent on the judiciary to then step in. And in fact, our constitution provides that a mandamus can be granted to compel the executive to do its duty. If I'm wrong, I'm sure His Lordship will correct me, but I think that is the case, that a mandamus can be granted to compel the executive to do its duty. So what we need, ladies and gentlemen, are good laws. Laws which are just, which are humane, which are efficacious, and very important, which are easily intelligible. Because otherwise, hours and days go into arguing the interpretation of laws, which only enriches the lawyer. It does not do anything for the litigant. So there we perhaps need more ladies in the parliament. We need good parliamentarians who can then promulgate just, equitable, efficacious laws which can be easily implemented. So that is another sphere where I think women need to rise to power. Maybe more women should enter the fray. Then, of course, it's everybody's, it's a free, open battlefield. I also agree with my learned friend Gopal when he talked about how the laws with regard to sexual harassment can and are being misused. It is a fact. Years ago, an excellent judge of the Bombay High Court had talked about this and he was vilified. But today we are coming more and more to know that, yes, this is true. And what happens is that the laws are misused by women, sometimes with their own agenda, and they're used to harass either their partners or their husbands or even their families, even the old in-laws. Whereas the women for whose protection these laws are enacted don't even know about them. The women in the hinterland, the women in the villages who are really abused, who are really maltreated day and night, who live a life of drudgery and suffering, they don't even know about these laws. So the law has to be applied equally. That said, the judiciary generally comes in favor of the woman, but the same is not true at the grassroots level, where the FIR has to be registered at the police stations. Now, in terms of sexual harassment, yes, what Gopal said is very right. Maybe for industry, some of you may know better, but I know for a fact that there are many chambers, and let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, most chambers are headed by a man, even today. The numbers are closing in, but they're still very widely divergent. I know several excellent, very, very, very good lawyers who are otherwise, mind you, extremely friendly, extremely have no discrimination with regard to gender, but they are scared to take in women juniors for these two reasons. One is that they are scared of harassment. They say today any woman can file a complaint, right or wrong, and our reputation goes for a toss, our family life goes for a toss. And second is they say that women don't want to work late. When I remind them that I used to work till midnight, they say, yes, but everybody is not you. So these are the problems. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that women do themselves a disservice when they file false complaints. I get ballistic when I hear about a wrong or a false rape complaint, because that, when it is set aside, when it is found that the woman was lying, it takes away from the woman who's really been raped, because then everybody starts looking askance. Anyway, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. In parting, just a word. As I said, I've got 30 years experience behind me, so I think I can just say a word to my younger friends here. Ladies, in the conduct of your professional work and duties, think of yourselves as the professionals first and women next. Don't expect favors by reason of your gender, but don't accept discrimination also. And let me tell you, 30 years back, yes, I have faced a lot of snide remarks. Oh, she gets orders because she smiles at the judge. I shrugged and said, at least I have a better smile than you. Forget that I also have better brains. So deflect that with a bit of wit, with of humor, with grace and dignity. Treat yourself as you would want to be treated, with grace and dignity and self-worth. And above all, be kind to yourself. And also, don't be overly suspicious or overly paranoid about every joke. Somebody says, oh, you're looking good today. Don't take it as a sexual harassment. Say thank you and move on. So, as I said, don't take discrimination lying down, but don't make an issue of every joking remark, which is now perceived as sexist. Like my male friends tell me that apart from good friends, like, some of you, we feel scared to even tell a woman she's looking good. And let me tell you, that will be a sad day for the women. We need to be told we look good. Okay. Thank you. And thank you for having me here. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for very, very noteworthy address. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Pradeep Multani ji, the President, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for his presidential address.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra. Namaste and very good morning to everyone. Let's hear a good morning, please. Thank you. Good to know that we are all awake and we are all keenly looking forward to hearing Honorable Justice Mr. S. Ravindra Bhatt.
I didn't put anybody to sleep.
No, you didn't. No. I'm sure, yeah. Thank you. Honorable Mr. Justice S. Ravindra Bhatt, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Mr. Gopal Jivrajika ji, former President, PhD Chambers and CMD Salora International Limited. Mr. Kirit S. Javali, Advocate and Co-Chair of the Law and Justice Committee. We are missing today my good friend, Ms. Priya Hingorani, Chair, Law and Justice Committee, who is a Senior Advocate of Supreme Court of India. She had done a lot of hard work to organize today's wonderful program. We definitely miss her. I'm sure she must be online listening to us. Distinguished guests from industry, judiciary, and academia, a very warm welcome to all. I'm delighted to welcome all eminent speakers and delegates for the conference on women power and decision making. The topic for today's conference is both interesting as well as curious in the eyes of a common man. At a time when geopolitical conflict, economic challenges, and a changing climate are causing increasing levels of uncertainty and fear around the world, the solution is rule of law. That is a powerful, stabilizing, and moderating influence. Our judiciary system is discharging responsibilities to the highest standards, and we in turn are earning the trust of the public, whose support is critical to the rule of law. Achieving equality for women participation, be this in judiciary, industry, sports, policy making, should be our goal, not only because it is right for women, but also because it is right for their achievement. Indian women now serve as amazing role models for the girls, men, and boys, as well as an inspiration for other nations, regions, and generations. All of us gathered here today are privileged to have had the honor of collaborating with them and getting inspired in the process. They have demonstrated from the position and sphere of influence that when a woman speaks up, she participates in decision-making and assumes leadership roles, she is most likely to contribute something special, unique, and of high value to decisions that have a significant impact on humanity's most important projects. The entry of women workforce into spaces from which they had historically been excluded has been a positive step and perceived as more transparent, inclusive, and representative of the people whose lives they affect. The world's largest democracy has elected a worthy lady from the tribal community to the country's highest post, is demonstration of its commitment to social equity, gender equality, and equitable progress of each segment of its population. It is worthy homage to the nation, to womanhood. Shrimati Draupadi Murmu symbolizes the indomitable Indian woman who overcomes many challenges of life. Going by the geographical spread of support to her, it is most likely that a new president would emerge as a true people's president and hasten the process of women participation in the decision-making in the country. We wish her the very best for a fulfilling tenure ahead. I may also mention that when she was the governor of Jharkhand, the BJP government was in power there. A law was sent to her to acquire some tribal lands. She refused to sign that. So I'm very, very confident this lady will be a role model for all women. It is also heartening to read the recent data released by Madras High Court, which shows that around 52% of staff were women and only 48% men. Women employees have outnumbered men in Tamil Nadu State Judicial Service. The current state of women's employment in the multiple sectors, without a doubt, shows that women have made significant progress in all spheres of life today. Women are already at the vanguard of being breakthroughs in every sector around the world after years of being denied basic rights and restricted to the house. The graph of gender diversity in these sectors has improved noticeably over the past several decades as women's empowerment has acquired more momentum on a worldwide scale. PhD CCI Chambers, as a forward-looking, proactive, and dynamic pan-India apex organization, is thrilled to have organized this conference today. We are all gathered here to deliberate the role of women who have made major impact through their lives and careers, as well as their leadership in politics, diplomacy, social norm change, industry, and sports. They have shown that women make a difference, not just a tiny impact, but an important and significant one for the cause of gender equality and women's empowerment. I may just add, my take on women is that there should be no discrimination whatsoever on the basis of gender, whether we are male or female, caste or religion, or any other such form of, differences. We are all equal, and laws need to be made to ensure this in a timely manner. The problem is not discrimination against women. I strongly, firmly believe it is because of the delayed justice system that all issues crop up. If I'm again say, if there is anyone commits rape in today's day and date in India, it's a real shame on all of us. Such people should be put behind bars and justice should be done within 6 months flat. So issue is not male or female or gender inequality. I firmly believe it is because of the delayed justice system that problems are taking place. Women are as smart, if not smarter than men. Laws like sexual harassment in workplace and also dowry laws need a relook as they are being grossly misused. Thank you, Jai Hind, and God bless us all.
Thank you, sir, for your presidential address. And you have mentioned all the important facets that need to be worked upon in terms of surmounting the challenges, in terms of enabling the ecosystem wherein there is a total gender equality, wherein like in most of the organizations, there's a DEI, officer, diversity, equality and inclusion officer, which is again a headway in terms of, creating this enabling ecosystem. Thank you very much, sir. Now we, in fact, everybody is looking to hear our Chief Guest, Justice S. Ravindra Bhatt. In fact, I will just read the brief profile of Justice. Justice S. Ravindra Bhatt was born on October 21, 1958 in Mysore, Karnataka. He completed his schooling from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Faridabad. He completed BA Honors in English from Hindu College, University of Delhi, and graduated in law from Campus Law Center, Delhi University in 1982. In fact, our president is also from Hindu College. And Justice Bhatt enrolled as an advocate with the Delhi Bar Council in 1982 and practiced before the Supreme Court, where he was enrolled as an advocate on record in 1989, the Delhi High Court, and various other judicial forums. He had an exposure in different branches of law like public law, banking, employment, education, labor and service, constitutional disputes, and indirect taxation during his legal career. Justice Bhatt was appointed as an additional judge of the Delhi High Court on July 16, 2004, and as a permanent judge on February 20th, 2006. Justice S. Ravindra Bhatt headed India's first High Court level E-Court in Delhi High Court, and Justice Bhatt was appointed as the Chief Justice of the High Court of Rajasthan on May 5th, 2019, and was elevated as a judge of the Supreme Court of India on September 23rd, 2019. As a Supreme Court judge, Justice Bhatt has authored a constitution panel of 5 judges' judgment on equality and affirmative action. He also authored judgments on gender sensitivity in writing judgments, receiving electronic evidence in court, and insolvency law. While in the Delhi High Court, Justice Bhatt adjudicated upon several matters in intellectual property law and delivered the judgment in Roche versus Cipla case, denying an interim injunction for patent infringement on the grounds of public interest. Justice Bhatt has dealt with virtually every branch of IP and technology laws, be it patents, copyrights, trademarks, plant varieties, designs, or intermediary liability. Justice Bhatt has also authored landmark judgments on the right to information law in India, the right to free speech, regulation of the use of a particular essential drug, that is oxytocin, and constitutionality of the Competition Commission of India. Justice Bhatt has also authored landmark judgments on the issues of constitutional law, taxation laws, administrative law, arbitration, and labor law, amongst many, many others. So with this, I'll request our Honorable Justice S. Ravindra Bhatt, sir, to kindly deliver his deliberations for the august audience, please.
Very good morning to all of you. Mr. Pradeep Multani, President of PhD CCI, Mr. Jivrajika, former President, Ms. Vanrewala, Ms. Priya Hingorani, Senior Advocate, who is not present in person, but I think I can see her virtually, a moving spirit behind this whole event, Mr. Kirit Javali, Mr. Jitendra Singh, other guests, distinguished guests, panelists, and participants. Before I begin my short address, I must confess that I'm acutely aware of what some may perceive as ironic, that being a man, I have been invited to speak at this inaugural session. It's a thought that I've wrestled to with, and I believe it calls for genuine engagement with. Historically, women have and will continue to lead efforts that are aimed at reducing gender disparity in this world. But I believe men need to be brought along for the ride. I don't mean this as a placatory nicety to men like me who are present here today, but as an important piece of strategy. Efforts towards promoting gender parity in the workplace, in positions of power and leadership cannot be directed only at women. In fact, studies have shown that when men are intentionally engaged in gender inclusion or diversity programs, 96% of the organizations see progress compared to only 30% of organizations where men are not engaged. What I mean by this is that the proverbial issue of making room for more women at the table cannot be seen as only a woman's issue, signaling men that they need not bother getting involved. Instead, it needs to be projected and worked towards as a systemic change from which the whole organization benefits manifold. There are immense business benefits, including women and ensuring diversity. It should come as no surprise. A 2015 study indicated that increasing women in the public, private, and social sector workforce could lead to a boost of up to $26 trillion in the global GDP. Undoubtedly, women in leadership positions have the keys to opening pathways for more women to rise up the ranks. But the primary challenge is getting them to these positions in the first place. Career obstacles faced by women are diverse, ranging from issues like being overlooked for promotions, prejudicial behavior based on the undue share of care work done by women, stereotypes perpetuated by language and conduct, which one of the previous speakers very effectively and colorfully put, the lack of female-centric facilities, among others. These issues tend to be institutional with deep roots in the organization's culture. While these challenges are globally faced, their manifestations in India are certainly peculiar. It perhaps needs no elaboration that Indian society is deeply patriarchal, culturally and economically, severely affecting the career progression of working women. It is true for all spheres of the workforce, whether a corporate setup or in the judiciary and the courts itself. Many women stall out in the middle zone or feel the need to step off the career track entirely, not because of explicit discrimination or lack of ambition or competence or ability, but because of numerous smaller factors and daily hassles. Given that men, in fact, disproportionately enjoy positions in the highest rungs of the most professions, that is, they hold decision-making roles that can impact change in the organization or institution, so including them and facilitating a change in their mindsets is crucial. But as men, we must remember to walk the tightrope of restraining ourselves from even slightly taking over the conversation and instead using our invite to focus on listening, respecting, and understanding the space as being one that is not about us, and accordingly shape our corrective actions. This fine balance is not easy. It demands patient unlearning, but is vital to endeavor. In my experience as a judge, I have faced numerous cases that required us to be alive to the obstacles faced by women who approach the courts seeking relief. This requires a macro big picture view of the situation. The focus must be on recognizing that these are systemic challenges that require institutional or organizational reforms rather than individualistic actions of women. To say that gender parity can be fixed by individualistic solutions for women, for instance, to be more assertive. You say that you be more assertive, or you be more tough, or you be bold and risk-taking, accessible to a point that it takes a toll on the work-life balance, etc., is a bit like thinking that we can fix climate change by individuals switching from plastic to paper straws. Sure, individualistic actions have merit, but they certainly are not adequate to tip the scales. Another pitfall of seeing it as individualistic solutions is that A, it puts the onus on the women to fix unequal situations. Mr. Jivrajikal said it is not enough to just give opportunities, it is meaningful opportunities. Unequal situations, and B, potentially leads to the conclusion that women have caused their own underrepresentation. Instead, organizations must tackle this holistically. Mandated gender sensitization and training for capacity building, not on stray occasions, but as a regular feature. Strengthening complaint redressal mechanisms, both relating to HR concerns as well as sexual harassment complaints, which are just part of it. These are some examples. The PhD CCI, which is credited for a diverse member base of 1.3 lakh companies, can perhaps play a pivotal role in this effort. Given that there is a research wing and they work towards capacity building, I hope they will consider a pointed campaign that aims to train both men and women, to identify markers of entrenched systemic barriers and work towards breaking them down. We must be alive to the reality that being a woman entails numerous social mores and expectations which affect their career progression. Facilities that will help mitigate this will go a long way in ensuring women do not take a step back from their work life and are able to progress and make it to positions of power. Therefore, improving the workplace and its facilities for women is another strategy that deserves consideration. I can perhaps speak to the efforts made in courts to make them more conducive for women's needs, ensuring more separate and clean toilets, spaces for women, looking into security concerns that make women feel unsafe, facility for creches for daycare are some examples. And then again, when we think of making courts more women-friendly, it's important to remember that this is not just relevant for lawyers and judges, but also other women staff who turn the wheels of justice just as much as the more visible manifestations of it. Like others have commented, the work from home lifestyle of COVID-19 left behind a possible solution for many women who otherwise had to take a hiatus or complete break from their careers. This is true not just for corporate India, but also for the legal profession, where we are increasingly seeing the option of hybrid hearings. For many women, it's a boon that they can continue their work responsibilities while also balancing other domestic expectations. Before I proceed though, it is critical that I highlight two caveats. Firstly, that these domestic expectations that burden women disproportionately cannot be seen as inevitable, and instead the effort must be to progress towards a society that recognizes and prioritizes a more equal division of such labor. Secondly, which in fact flows from the first point, is that work from home facilities have served as a double-edged sword. As in many professions, they are causing greater burnout among women for whom the lines between work and home are being severely blurred to their detriment. So, as an opt-in facility for professionals like lawyers appearing before courts, there is a tremendous scope, but I'm cautious to speak of it as a universal solution for women and other walks of life. Conversations around representation of women would be incomplete without mentioning the metaphorical elephant in the room. Representation for the sake of representation, which again, Mr. Jivrajika spoke about. Often representation devolves into a merely tokenistic gesture where women are given ornamental positions, but the decisions are being made by someone else. This does more harm than good, given that women are occupying positions of power without any of its consequential benefits flowing to other women in the ecosystem. I hope that your discussions in the course of this conference will also reflect on this. Representation, when achieved in the real sense, have a cascading positive effect. A study by the International Labour Organization concluded that when boards are gender balanced, companies are almost 20% more likely to have better business outcomes, which includes increased profitability, creativity, enhanced reputation, ability to gauge customer needs, among others. Given that businesses are motivated by the bottom line and often working towards bettering their profit margins by 3 or 4% or even lesser, dedicated effort towards bringing more women to decision-making roles seems like a no-brainer. India in the past legislatively tried to mandate representation. For instance, the 73rd and 74th amendments to the Constitution mandate quotas for women in panchayat and municipalities, respectively, and demonstrate how reservations can help in redistributing power through participation and representation, if resorted to meaningfully again. And I'm reminded of just as a digression, I'm reminded of a character in one of an award-winning movie. This is Well Done Abba. There's this character called Balamma. Balamma is the sarpanch, but by her side and behind her is the husband, who is virtually the power of attorney holder, wielding all the power. So it should not descend to a Balamma. In a different sphere, which I think I'll be repeating myself, Section 149 of the Companies Act and its allied rules, they mandate appointment of at least one women director in the case of listed public companies of certain classes. While there is no specific punishment for contravention, a penalty of a general nature would be attracted. Strict implementation and monitoring of such requirements would further bolster women's role in the workplace. In the legal profession, we are increasingly seeing more women take the plunge into litigation as a career and hone their court craft. Reports indicate that more women are opting for a career in the law than ever before. The endeavor for judges and courts will now have to be to ensure that a productive work environment is available to them, to ensure these women do not feel the need to step away from their legal career. The conducive environment that can be ensured through maintenance of facilities I spoke of earlier, change in attitudes within the bar and fair treatment by male counterparts, recognition of talent when designating senior advocates. Well, this is not, I don't know whether you can call it a glass ceiling, but certainly it's a glass barrier, or recommending elevation as judges, among other factors. When it comes to the judiciary, gender representation has historically been a concern. We have roughly only 83 women judges out of a total strength of 703 High Court judges. That is 11.8%. Tamil Nadu, with the highest number of female judges, 13 judges, that is over 23%. And even the leads in this angle. And even the record for the highest number of female justices, of which Justice Indira Banerjee, who was to be here, has been one, is promising, but nowhere close to where it needs to be. And I need to again digress from my speech. Increasingly, as a judge in the Delhi High Court, Rajasthan, and now in Supreme Court, I have seen that young women are selected at the lower levels as civil judges. In fact, there's a disproportionate number. We see 60 to 70% of the vacancies being filled by women, even in the district judge cadre. And some of us remarked that perhaps we'll reach a stage when it'll be more than 80%. I've seen some districts in Meghalaya, for instance, where all the judges are women, but it does not translate into High Court. That is one. And secondly, we may reach a stage where we may have to think of a male quota at that stage. But this is only a joke, not meant to be taken seriously. The point is that they are there, and this glass ceiling is very real and palpable for them, because when they go up, there are fewer seats for them. I noticed that women in the judiciary is slated to be the first panel of discussion today, where I'm certain questions of adequate representation are bound to arise and form the subject of your discussion. One of your participants, Mr. Vishwanathan, a distinguished senior counsel, is here. I'm sure he'll shed great light on this. Greater participation of women in the workplace has concrete positive influence on our economy, which can grow by 9% if only half our women become active participants. In our societal setup, which places an unequal burden on women to handle only a certain type of responsibility pertaining to caregiving, it may seem difficult to empower them to shatter the proverbial glass ceiling. But in fact, it begins with basic steps. It requires industry leaders and stakeholders like all of you to be alive to the unique issues faced by them and quickly work on their resolution in order to retain their participation. Sometimes this can be as simple as a provision of space, for instance, for creches, or fostering safety by implementing initiatives to drop them home during late work nights, which, contrary to public discourse, hardly dent the profit margins of organizations. And sometimes it requires critical thinking, such as devising and implementing policy decisions for successful mediation of disputes without ever making the complainant double think her decision to flag them in the first place. Conferences such as today's event provide that crucial platform for the free exchange of ideas, experiences, and solutions, which are invaluable in bettering spaces for our women. And I hope I hope what we take away from the sessions will be worked upon to yield some concrete result. With this, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for their painstaking efforts in bringing this conference to fruition and look forward to the engaging discussions to ensure. Thank you once again for having me here today.
Thank you very much, sir, for a highly encouraging speech and some of the keywords like ornamental sort of posts and the things you said that they are very, very remarkable. So things have to be totally in letter as well as spirit, not only on papers, but it has to be actually, manifested in the truest sense. Thank you very much, sir. And I would like to request our president to kindly felicitate our learned speakers with a memento and a plant from PhD chamber. I'll request Mr. Pradeep Multani to kindly felicitate Justice S. Ravindra Bhatt with a PhD memento as a mark of gratitude for motivating and encouraging all of us for this conference. Sir, I also request you to kindly felicitate Ms. Armin Vanderwala with a plant and a memento, sir. Yeah, Gopal sir, yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I'll request Mr. Kirit S. Jawali, our co-chair for Law and Justice Committee, to kindly propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Jatendra ji. Good morning, Honorable Justice Ravindra Bhatt, Mr. Gopal Jivarajka, past president, Mr. Pradeep Multani, president of the PhD House, Armin Andreswala. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everybody. We've had a very good session this morning, and it's set the ball rolling for the rest of the day. Armin, just to mention that you said only one lady on the dais. We'd actually had two more, but unfortunately, Justice Indira Banerjee and Priya could not make it. I know in a lighter vein. But you're from Bombay, I noted that, and I've spent 5 years of my first training in Bombay. And Rajni Iyer used to be one of the sole lady counsels at Bombay High Court. And she had made a mark much earlier, but though very far and few women really made a mark. Now it's changed a lot, and a lot of law firms are headed by lady partners. And that way, Bombay provides more safety and security to working women compared to most other cities in India. I think a lot of interesting points have been made this morning, and I think most of us are in agreement with what has been stated by the distinguished panel. And of course, I think I would say it's a mindset change, which is most important from a male perspective, how to accept a woman's success and how to work as a team, and to be headed by a team is something which requires change. And that, I'm sure, is going in the right direction. Notwithstanding the fact that we've had prime ministers of this country, a president, and corporate heads, but I think it's a mindset change which is very important. I think the bottom line would be equality of opportunity, which is important, but equality of treatment is more important, and that is what we should all strive. And I'm most grateful to all the speakers for having spared the time and made their presence here and exchange their thoughts. Thank you so much on behalf of the PhD chamber. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we break for networking tea for 10 minutes, and we'll start our first session, which is Women and the Judiciary exactly at, I think, 11:20 a.m. Kindly be here on the time. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Please hold me on. Sure, invite. Yeah, let me invite
नेम प्लेस ठीक है ना?
हाँ नेम प्लेस। सैनिटाइजर और भी
एक एक पे बोलिए। एक एक
हाँ पानी की बोतल। ये चेंज करो विश्वनाथन
हाँ मिस आर्मी का भी तो हमें करना है इस सेशन
है सब हो दिया
Yes, sir. हाँ नहीं ठीक है बोला मैंने भी कंफर्म किया
इसको हटा दो फिर ये उसका इसमें बड़ा मोमेंट तो नहीं चाहिए ये हटा दो ये हटा दो तो यहाँ पर ठीक है She does all these books.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after the post session. Now we're starting a very, very important session, women and the judiciary. And we have the honor to have with us Honorable Mr. Justice Jeev Sachdeva, Judge, High Court of Delhi. May I request Justice sir to kindly come on the dais, please. So big round of applause for Mr. Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva. I also invite our moderator for the session, Ms. Soumya Tandon, advocate, and also the distinguished speakers, Mr. Jaideep Gupta, senior advocate, Mr. K.B. Vishwanathan, senior advocate, Ms. Aishwarya Bhati, senior advocate and additional solicitor general of India, and Ms. Alia Waziri, advocate. So in the morning session, we had the opportunity to listen to the learned domain experts, Justice S. Ravindra Bhatt, Mr. Gopal Jivrajika, Ms. Armin Vanderwala, who shared their experiences and how, women is one of the most important, pillars in terms of important decision making and, policy advocacy. Now this session is about women and the judiciary. And as we know that there were many highlights that, with women participation in judiciary has been increasing by leaps and bounds. As Tamil Nadu is one of the, judiciary is one of the important and glaring examples. So similarly, we need to create more and more such models so that we are actually able to, say that we are actually, as a, India, we are actually fulfilling the agenda of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that's the day everybody wants to, see. So in order to understand the nuances in terms of women and how, judiciary is actually creating an enabling environment for women, we have crafted this session. And with this, I request Ms. Soumya Tandon, advocate, the moderator of this session, to kindly take on the dais, please. Over to you, ma'am. Big round of applause for Ms. Soumya.
Thank you so much, sir. Historically, the profession of law was not preferred profession for the women, but this has changed with times, and today women enter this profession of choice. However, the representation of women in the judiciary, especially in the higher judiciary, remains low. This paradigm must change. Judges play a key role in the process of administration of justice by writing judgments that have a deep impact on social constructs, social order, and systematic inequalities. Verdicts which were written to provide justice to one woman continue to provide hope for thousands of women facing similar circumstances that undermine their dignity and their fundamental right to equality. On behalf of the PhD Chambers of Commerce and Industry, I, Soumya Tandon, extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Chairperson, the guest speakers, and to our audience at the very first session of the day, Women and the Judiciary. Today, we are pleased to welcome our very special speakers and Honorable Chairperson, and we are eagerly looking forward to their insights on the topic. Our first speaker is the young and dynamic Ms. Alia Waziri. Ms. Waziri is an advocate practicing before the High Court of Delhi and an international consultant at UN Women, Peace and Security for Timor-Leste. A 2020 graduate, she often writes on the intersection of law and gender with an emphasis on gender justice and sustainable development goals. In her articles, she talks about a range of topics, including financial support infrastructure for fast-track courts, recognizing unpaid care, working within the international margin of appreciation to gain cultural legitimacy in human rights, strengthening environmental protection laws in India, what constitutes cyber harassment, and legal resource available to young victims of cyberbullying. She also serves as consulting editor for Grin Media Private Limited and Global Order. That is a policy blog on South Asian international relations. Over to you, Alia.
Good morning. Honorable Mr. Justice Sachdeva, Judge, Delhi High Court, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, members of the electronic and print media, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear Priya ma'am, who is unfortunately here not with us, but we miss her very much and we wish her the very best of recovery. I would like to begin by saying that this is an exciting time to be a young woman at the bar. With the 3 recent women judges appointed to the Supreme Court, I say this on behalf of women my age. My aspirations have a name, a face. My aspirations are no longer tabula rasa or clean slate. They have a goal to live up to. My aspirations are no longer unseen, unheard of, or unreasonable. I want to highlight the importance of being able to have a woman holding the highest position in the Indian judiciary for future generations. For an entire generation of young lawyers, law students, this is a leap forward because we are now being exposed to gender positive role models. We live in an age where landmark judgments pronounced by the Supreme Court have borne profound impact on the lives of women in India, such as the judgment granting permanent commission to women in the armed forces. This is a big leap forward for women's empowerment in the Indian subcontinent. India is setting benchmark for the other countries for emerging victorious in the long battle for gender just opportunities. We have a steadfastly gender just legal system. India has impressive legislation on areas such as maternity leave, which when compared to countries like the United States of America, which lack a federal legislation on the subject. Now, the lack of such laws points towards and it reflects the state's benign patriarchy that prefers women being better off as mothers, women not part of the fully paid working force. Now, while we are an affirmatively legislated country, one also marvels at how long it has taken us to reach here. By the time Justice B.V. Nagaratna would assume the position of Chief Justice of India, it would have taken us 81 years in 2027. Women are successfully making inroads in all spheres of life. We are breaching, and smashing the glass ceiling. But for some reason, this has not been adequately represented in the judiciary. Now, we know that the 73rd Amendment handed over the reins of power to people at the panchayat level by giving a 33% reservation to women. What the 73rd did was create a federal space for women to participate and occupy places in decision making. Today, women occupy 46% positions in the 3-tier panchayat system. While women's engagement in public life steadily increases, it remains underrepresented in places of decision making. You know, it is often said that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. Similarly, gender representation must be visible and palpable at all levels of public life. Women's representation has a lot to do with optics, and there is absolutely no politer way to put this. The judiciary must be seen to represent the society it seeks to serve. Only then can we call ourselves a gender responsive judiciary. Let's take another example. In the last few years, the female voter turnout has been on a steady increasing curve. Various techniques have contributed to this. For example, reducing voter intimidation, separate queues for women, so that we encourage women to cast their vote. Now, if we were to look from 1960s to the 2014 election, we are tracing a trajectory of 66% increase in female voter turnout. In light of these facts, perhaps what we need is affirmative action in the form of reservation in the judiciary as well. And I say this in light of our international obligations emanating from Article 7 of the CEDAW. What is the CEDAW? The Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. This article talks about enhancing greater access to public and political life. To come back to the Indian context, we have about 3 states that have a reservation policy for women in the lower judiciary, and they are Jharkhand, Bihar, and Rajasthan. But what is missing is their counterpart in higher judiciary, in high courts and in the Supreme Court. Now, women constitute about 48% of the Indian population. This is a fact that we can neither ignore nor stay indifferent to. In some areas, there is no glass ceiling. Women are no longer confined to just rendering assistance in family matters, matrimonial matters, but to all aspects of the law. And especially in financial matters, commercial matters, arbitration matters. This is only the beginning for women in law. Women's presence in places of decision-making signals equality of opportunity, and the legal profession is absolutely no exception to this. The reason why this matters, and I'm emphasizing on this again, is because it goes a long way in changing and challenging the existing discourse on gender equality, which might just be amongst the most important discussions of our time. A lack of women occupying positions in public leadership leads us to question whether we are sufficiently representative of the society we seek to serve. Of the 200, now just to come to quick facts, of the 256 Supreme Court judges elevated in the last 71 years, only 11 of them have been women, which is about 4%. It took us 40 years since the establishment of the Supreme Court for one woman to be appointed, Justice Fatima Bibi, who was appointed in 1989. Presently, in 25 high courts, we have about a total of 677 judges, out of which only 81 are women. And there are 5 high courts which have no women at all, no women judges at all, sorry. Furthermore, only 2 women, Justice Fatima Bibi and Justice Banumati, Justice Ruma Pal and Justice Banumati have been part of the Supreme Court's collegium. We also know that judicial decisions have a deep and long-lasting impact on our society. So it's only logical that these decisions bear fair representative of the society. Having a woman on the bench is symbolic for more than one reason, because it legitimizes the tireless struggle that women have had to face for several years. The struggle to be seen, the struggle to be heard, and most importantly, the struggle to be taken seriously. Women occupying places of leadership in areas that have historically been male-dominated also is important because it's giving way to a more inclusive, a more diverse, a more representative mechanism. Often the discussion surrounding women and the judiciary pivots on the advantages and disadvantages of reservation as a system. But by doing so, we're committing a major oversight. We are overlooking the fact that by having a woman on the bench, this will inspire, this will motivate, this will encourage more women to come forth and be a part of this profession. Because every woman who occupies a leadership position causes a butterfly effect by being on equal terms with their male counterpart. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what sustainable gender-just development looks like. Lastly, the importance of access cannot be undermined. Truly speaking, merit comes at a later point in time. Firstly, women must have access to equal job opportunities. And what do I mean by access here? Access means having a seat at the decision-making table. Only then will she be able to show her merit on equitable grounds. Often, and unfortunately, bias reserves that table, reserves that seat, reserves it on gendered grounds. Let us for 1 minute think about the impact that absence of women judges has on the self-perception of young women lawyers. And to remedy this, it is important we mainstream gender equality in the design and development of public institutions, and in our context, the judiciary. We ask for equity, we ask for parity, and not charity. The time for addressing inequality is now. And I'd like to conclude by saying that sooner rather than later, we start seeing more women in the judiciary, so that women's empowerment is not only aspirational but tangible. Thank you.
Thank you, Alia, for for sharing your insightful thoughts with us. It's always a pleasure hearing a young lawyer speak so deeply and passionately. Now I invite our second speaker for the morning, Mr. K.V. Vishwanathan. Sir is a senior advocate and a former ASG. Sir has an illustrious career in the profession for over 32 years, designated as a senior advocate by the Supreme Court of India in 2009. Sir has appeared in several reported cases and diverse branches of law, like constitutional law, criminal law, commerce law, securities law, insolvency law, arbitration, etc., before the Honorable Supreme Court and the high courts throughout the country. He was appointed as the ASG of India in 2013. He has also been privileged to assist the Supreme Court of India as an amicus curiae in a large number of matters. Sir is also a member of the editorial board of the Supreme Court Cases, SCC, the most viewed law reports by the Supreme Court of India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Soumya, for that more than generous introduction. Honorable Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva, my friend Joydeep, Aishwarya, Soumya, and Alia. Priya, the live wire, we are missing your physical presence, so we are happy to see you on the screen. Mohini, Armin, Kirit, and Dr. Jitendra. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. Today, when we see Aishwarya, Alia, and Soumya sharing the panel, and Priya, Mohini, and Armin, and other distinguished members of the profession, it's time to step back and think how the situation was 100 years ago. Those lessons are important, lest we repeat them in other spheres of activity. So it's better to peep back a bit and see the amount of injustice that women had to surmount. Success, they say, is not what you achieve. It's the number of hurdles you surmount. And hats off to some of the brave men who fought, and a few noble men who gave them a helping hand, that they were able to get equality in opportunity. They were never clamoring for equality in result themselves. But there again, if you see, before you come to the profession specifically, because profession is only a facet of what our society is. What was the malaise that infested the society? And how is it that women were kept at bay? And why was it so? I would think that systematically they were disempowered. So Jivrajka had a slight issue with using the word empowerment in the inaugural. They were denied educational and economic independence, the aspects that really empower people. They were kept out of both, citing some antiquated notions of patriarchy and some uncivilized notions of lineage through the male progeny. They were kept out of voting rights. They had to fight for suffrage. So mind you, if you have to fight for suffrage and if you're not voting, you don't count when you elect people. They were kept out of colleges initially, but then were told you could enroll, but you would not get a degree of law or any other degree. So much so that it appears when Gwyneth Webb was one of the 400 students at Oxford. She was told she could go to college but wouldn't get a degree or enroll. The wives were told they were just chattel. Property rights were denied, and they were proclaimed as the weaker sex, and employment avenues were shut. In fact, there was a shameless ruling which said that the paramount destiny and mission of women are to fulfill the noble and benign offices of wife and mother. The legal profession only reflected this malaise because we are a part of the society. Professor Juma Sen, in a very instructive article, chronicles the cases that resulted in the gradual integration of women into the profession. Gwyneth Webb, of whom I mentioned, wanted to enroll, and the Solicitors Act had a specific provision which said, it was an act of 1843, every word importing the masculine gender shall extend to and be applied to a female as well as male. In spite of it, she was denied, saying women were not person as defined in law. The judges said when women in US and Canada wanted to enroll, that the natural and proper timidity and delicacy which belongs to the female sex evidently unfits it for many of the occupations of civil life. Now, this history is important because today you will see in the Permanent Commission case, which of course Aishwarya pioneered and Priya pioneered in the arguments, that we have a completely different approach to things. We have not facial equality, we have real equality, and they look for indirect discrimination. If any, we'll come to that a little later. In India, it was Regina Guha, supported by her family, who filed to enroll as a pleader. The court said that court was not to deviate from the long-standing trend of confining the legal profession to men. It was therefore unanimously held that a woman cannot be enrolled as a pleader. You see, you first set in motion an obnoxious principle and then say, because it is long-standing, we now apply the long-standing. One judgment went on to say the inveterate rule, which has since become an inveterate rule. Between 1916 and 1921, and when Cornelia Sorabji got through with her enrollment at Allahabad, England had passed the Sex Disqualification of Removal Act. Allahabad High Court, through a judges committee, granted Cornelia Sorabji the enrollment. But when Sudhanshu Bala Hazra, when Professor Sen chronicles all this, and I borrow heavily from there, wanted to apply to the Patna High Court, the bench said that it would be repugnant to the ideas of decorum to permit women to join the legal profession. And since in matters of practice, Patna High Court had followed the tradition of the Calcutta High Court, it was not possible to deviate from the decision. In fact, Sudhanshu's father, Madhusudan Das, and sister Saila Bala played a major role. And thanks to the intervention of Professor Hari Singh Gaur, who was then a member in the Central Assembly, a law was enacted that their entry in the profession should be facilitated. By then, the Legal Practitioners Women Act had also come. Now, this historical fact is important because today several issues arise. Because you see the majority now oppressing the minority or the underprivileged. First disempower them, weaken them, and then. So lest we commit these mistakes again. It's thereafter that you had Justice Anna Chandy, who came into the Kerala High Court. World over, now you have had at least 3 prominent courts which have had presidents. Brenda Hale, till recently in the UK. Susan Keiffel, still in Australia. McLaughlin, retired from Canada. India is soon heading there, though for a brief tenure. But having said this, we need to examine a point which Alia also articulated beautifully as to why is it that there should be equal opportunity and representation for women in the higher judiciary. One thing is to say they should. This is the population count, but why? Leading commentators have articulated several principles. I will place a few of them. Women in judiciary provide a unique perspective and a holistic approach towards decision making. Firstly, the presence of women judges, the optic part, which was brutally, frankly mentioned by Alia, gives democratic legitimacy and representation. It sends a powerful signal to the public at large that they are open and approachable. Secondly, it gives the voice to a particular section of the society which has been undermined for the longest time in history. It ensures equal opportunity to raise opinion and voice thoughts in deciding cases through their experiences. Women, in fact, would feel inspired to seek justice for themselves when they see women in positions of responsibility and power, and as judges and decision makers. Women in judiciary is not just a phrase, rather an essential presence to bring development changes in the nation. Fourthly, it portrays their representation of sense of fairness, justice and equity. It is an inspiration to young women who are there in the profession to look forward to. In that sense, designation also. Though, I mean, you had a contrary view, there are two views on it. I respect your view. It is a stepping stone. There's something to look forward to if the process is fair and transparent. Big if. They bring a different perspective. Individual experiences are different in deciding cases and looking at facts. And it would have kept at bay the stereotypes which we normally ascribe. And that will slowly begin to fade. And you will have, real equality. Now look at how judiciary, and the permanent commission case was again mentioned. The court said, 70 years after the birth of a post-colonial independent state, there is still a need for change in attitudes and mindsets to recognize the commitment to the values of the Constitution. Reliance on the inherent physiological differences between men and women rests in a deeply entrenched, stereotypical and constitutionally flawed notion that women are the weaker sex and may not undertake tasks that are too arduous for them. Arguments founded on the physical strengths and weakness of men and women and on assumptions about women in the social context of marriage and family do not constitute a constitutionally valid basis for denying equal opportunity. Exactly the opposite of what century back several high courts, including the courts abroad, had held. Equally, in Lieutenant Colonel Nitisha's case, the veil of facial equality or superficial equality was torn upon, and the quest for examining whether there is indirect discrimination, what may not be apparent on the face of it. I'll read an interesting passage from the judgment. In fact, the facial equality was discussed by Justice Bhatt, who inaugurated in a judgment in the Delhi High Court pertaining to the railways. And this is taken off from there. An inquiry as to indirect discrimination looks not to the form of the impugned conduct. Apparently, it may look the same, both subjected to same standards of medical test for permanent commission. But its consequences, in case of direct discrimination, the judicial inquiry is confined to the act or conduct at issue abstracted from the social setting or background fact situation in which the act or conduct takes place. In indirect discrimination, on the other hand, the subject matter of the inquiry is the institutional or societal framework within which the impugned conduct occurs. The doctrine seeks to broaden the scope of anti-discrimination to equip the law to remedy patterns of discrimination that are not easily discernible. In fact, I must recollect an incident that I read today. Roe v. Wade is very much in discussion because of Dobbs. But when Roe v. Wade was argued, the first round, it was argued twice before Chief Justice Warenberger and the judges. She was represented throughout by Sarah Weddington and Linda Coffey, the two eminent women attorneys who had taken up. And first round, there was this Texas Assistant Attorney General called Floyd. So after Sarah and Linda had finished their submissions, it appears the first submission which Floyd made was, "May it please the court, after two beautiful women have spoken, I don't think whatever I say would be much relevant." And Justice Warren Burger supposed to have given such a scornful look that this incident is cited by Scalia and others in their book on the ills of poor advocacy. What not to argue. You'll find this under the chapter, what not to argue. But the reason why I'm mentioning it, this is the attitude. So a culture of acceptance have to set in, culture of equality has to set in. And now, having examined the history, the reason for the allays, the improvements that have happened, the change in the judicial rulings, what is the way forward? Justice Butt in the inaugural wanted me to advert to the statistics. I have a few statistics. Most were given by Alia. I have some of them. In the list of designated senior counsel available on the Supreme Court website, my team did a quick search. We found that out of 488 designated seniors in the list, only 19 are women. And in the Supreme Court, we have 4 out of 32 who are women. The statistics here says 13 out of 74 at Madras, 12 out of 60 at Delhi. This could be dated. I mean, you gave a figure, but the figure I have is 8 out of 53 at Mumbai. And the ratio is, needs to be improved. There has to be equality of opportunity. The designation figure definitely needs looking. It's not that there are no competent women lawyers. We see a number of them, and the elevation, direct elevation of Justice Indu Malhotra has inspired many, and you see a number of women lawyers, matching up. And now that I am with the body which has the captains of industry, would appeal to them that in their choice of counsel, not as a favor, but they should have the confidence to choose a competent women lawyer and not to, stick to the usual role that, we'll keep them off, we'll play it safe, and, better to be represented by a male lawyer. Don't sacrifice on competence, but if there is between two a competent women lawyer, you must first repose confidence because you have taken the initiative to organize this seminar. And as was said, the inaugural by Justice Butt, recognition in the form of empanelment, appointment of law officers, appointment as judges ought to be given. England has in 2003 an advisory panel on judicial diversity to examine how do we go about it without appearing to be, sympathetic or, showing pity in the real sense to bring in diversity, because diversity has its advantages. We need to have one. And with those few words, I commend the PhD Chamber of Commerce for organizing this seminar. As Dr. Jitendra said, it is better that these topics are not discussed anymore, but I think there is a message. You get to know things when people speak, and so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past, and we look forward to a future where there will be respect and equality for women. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the journey of women in our profession, that the women in our profession took in the last 100 years, who have made it easier for us now and for the generations to come. And we promise not to break the chain. Now I invite our next speaker, Ms. Aishwarya Bhati. Ma'am has been a trailblazer litigator. She is the youngest woman advocate to be designated as a senior advocate by the Supreme Court of India. She also has the distinction of being one of the youngest additional Solicitor General of India and being only the 4th woman to occupy this coveted position. Ms. Bhati also has Ms. Bhati has also passionately fought for women's rights, children's rights, rights of persons with disabilities. Ma'am, ma'am is too modest. She doesn't want me to speak any further.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Soumya. Very kind of you. Sorry, it's a little embarrassing. My warm greetings to all of you, Honorable Justice Sachdeva, my very eminent and inspiring colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. Love to all the students here. I think I will share a few observations and experiences. I've been at the bar for 25 years. So Vishwanathan sir rightly took us, we have to see where we started to realize how far we've come. And then let me tell you a little, a journey that started about 30 years back as a law student for me. I've been at the bar for 25 years. So when I took to law, some of my relatives would tell my mother, isko कानून पढ़ाओगे तो इससे शादी कौन करेगा? So that was the mindset of the society 30 years back. And obviously it was, my parents did find it difficult. My mother found it difficult to marry me. But thankfully the person who married me he had the guts enough to handle a woman like me. So it automatically, gets shoved off. Also my initial clients were like, they would talk on my face that, to ladki hai, kya kar legi? Matters would not come to you because the clients can't trust you. They are not used to looking at women lawyers. The system, your clerks, find it difficult to speak to you. The registry interface is extremely difficult. But let me tell you, when I got designated as a senior, became a law officer also, I had to tell my clients that, sorry, I can't represent you anymore because that's how the system works. And as a law officer, I have to give up my private practice. More than 80% of my clients told me, can you please recommend a good woman lawyer? Because we see that women lawyers are more sincere and more hardworking. So I saw that change in my journey, in my my life as a lawyer, as a student of law. I have seen that journey, and that journey is what inspires me. I come from Rajasthan. Rajasthan has huge gender biases, huge. And the statistics in Rajasthan of representation of women in judiciary is abysmal. But there is a bright spark. Let me share that bright spark with you. So the worst, give you the comparison. I think this year or late last year, the first woman ever got elevated from the bar to the Rajasthan High Court. I, of course, am the first woman ever to be designated from Rajasthan. So that's the stark figure in Rajasthan. Some of these North Indian states fare very bad in education and economic independence prospects for women. Patriarchy is very strong still. And patriarchy, one more thing, often we feel that it's a battle between the genders. It's a man versus woman, but it's, as very beautifully pointed out in that judgment also of the Permanent Commission, it is a battle of the mindset. It is a battle with that patriarchal mindset, and patriarchal mindset has no gender. There are enough number of women who form part of that patriarchal mindset. And there are enough number of men who are out of that patriarchal mindset and fiercely supportive of women around, who they have influence in their spheres of life, making sure that those women achieve what they really rightfully deserve. So coming back to the Rajasthan figure, for the last 15 years, I know it for a fact that, in the lower judiciary, there is reservation for women. Lower judiciary means subordinate judiciary, the first tier where you start as a magistrate, you start as additional higher judiciaries, additional district judge, etc. There's reservation, which is vertical reservation as per our constitution. But do you know what is the percentage of women who's making it through those exams? It is to the percentage of 60, 70, and 75%. In Rajasthan, I'm telling you. So now, today the figures in the higher judiciary are very low. But like Justice Indu Malhotra rightly pointed out, we can't We can't have women paratrooping from the top because there isn't sufficient representation. I think that would be doing injustice to the system. But the system is changing. How? My law class was 5 women, 5 girls, and 60 plus boys. Today's law classes are not like that. Today's law classes are at least 50% girls, maybe more. And then lower judiciary, Rajasthan, I gave you that example of 60, 70%. Now, when these women stay on in the system, you have to stay on in the system. You have to have the experiential learning. You have to mature in the system for you to be eligible to be considered for higher, the constitutional judiciary posts. And that is when we will have sufficient amount of choice available for women to be really making it. So I think some of the things that we really need is like Alia pointed out, we need aspiration, people who we can look up to. We need champions inside. We need role models who are there. So Justice Indu Malhotra is the first woman who got designated as a senior from the bar, who got elevated from the bar to the bench. She is somebody that inspires a whole generation of lawyers. Women's journeys are like relay races. It's not when a woman, participates in that race, she doesn't run for herself. She runs her part with that baton, and then she has to pass on. She has to run her journey well, but then she has to pass on that baton at the right time, at the right speed, at the right moment, so that the next generation. So once, these glass ceilings are we just need to keep knocking, and one day the glass ceiling breaks. Just like that, it breaks. We just need to be there. We need to be counted. We need to be. And one more thing I want to share, often people feel, young girls ask me that, is this profession difficult for women? Let me tell you, this profession, from my experience, is difficult for men and women both. It's very, very difficult for young boys and young girls. What makes it extra hard for young girls is the societal mindset. The profession per se does not discriminate between a woman lawyer or a male lawyer. Gentleman lawyer, woman lawyer, you are seen absolutely in the same manner. It depends on how good your preparation is, how well you are prepared with your brief. But the society has a problem with seeing women, but that's changing now. So that change is going to really, and there is enough number of women who have refused to take it, lying down. So we have many inspiring young girls who are making that difference, who are fighting those battles every day. And I tell each of my young colleagues who's a young mom or something, and I walk up to them, I make it a point to tell them, you really inspire me, because if you are handling as a young mother, you are handling that and you are not giving up the profession. A lot of women are taking to the profession. The problem is dropping out because the society somewhere still perceives the woman. Now, your work is not a kitty party anymore, which was there in our generation. If we were going out to work, it was somehow perceived as, not by all. I mean, I've had great support from some portions of my family, but then the larger perspective is that your profession is not, it doesn't count till it really counts. The world, the people around you recognize. So then the family is obviously very happy and the friend circle is happy. But I think most importantly, I think steps like having a creche at our workplaces, having more and more women, having a bar room separately for women at the courtroom. These are very important steps because we are not a profession maternity relief law doesn't apply here. We are all self-employed. We have very good laws, but it doesn't apply to us. And no client will trust a pregnant woman lawyer. So what happens? You somehow hide your pregnancy in your gowns and you don't want to give up being a mother. Why should you give up being a mother because your profession is going to get difficult? I think time has come that we should be flaunting our pregnancies, flaunting our children and taking it along with it. And I have done my journey with my children. It became a little hard for them. I'm a mother of twins. One is a lawyer now, one is a law student still. But I'm proud of the fact that I did not give up being a mother, being involved with my children's journey and not giving up the profession. In any case, the profession takes time. So just go on with everything. Don't give up. That is the only takeaway that I'm going to, tell the young girls. And like RBG, Justice RBG, the monumental Justice RBG famously said when she was asked, how many women are enough? So she said 9. Supreme Court, US Supreme Court has 9. That's the whole bench, 9. So she said 9. And the person who was interviewing her raised an eyebrow and said, you want all 9 to be women? She said, well, you didn't raise an eyebrow when all 9 were men. So why do you want to raise an eyebrow when I say all 9? It will be enough only when all 9 are women. And I also feel that one more thing to add to why we need more women judges. The victims of law, the victims who need justice, who are crying out for, violation of their rights, laws, violation of their liberties and rights, etc. Does that discriminate? I think there is more number of women victims who are clamoring for justice. If there's so many women who are clamoring for justice, we need equal amount of women out there handing out justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With what ma'am spoke, I'm reminded of a saying. So I'm so sorry, I have to share this. Of a saying that I heard from a very famous person that all of us here in this room would know of. It's not the person who runs the fastest that wins the race. It's the person who runs the longest who emerges the winner. And that famous person is Shah Rukh Khan. With this, I would now like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Jaideep Gupta. Sir has over 30 years of experience in handling commercial and constitutional law litigation. I think sir is going to cut me short here. Yes. So, and I think I cannot do a better I cannot do a better service than sir and ma'am themselves in highlighting their journey. So over to you, sir.
Aishwarya inspired us. And one of the things she inspired us in doing is to stop the sir and ma'am business and get right to the point. And I say this with all seriousness, that this panel, whether the US Supreme Court should have 9 women judges or not, I believe that apart from the chairperson, this panel should have only had women. Because the question which is being debated today, the material that you're waiting to hear is from those people who have faced this challenge and have found ways of getting around it, because it's the practical aspects of it which matter more than the theoretical aspects. I am sure that I do not have the competence to talk about the problems that women face in their journey in the judiciary and in their journey when they face the judiciary, whether as lawyers or as litigants. So thank you, Aishwarya. I am sure that this session would have been much better without my presence, which is why I did not want Soumya to give a long introduction. Honorable Chairman, Justice Sachdeva, Aishwarya, Vishwanathan, Soumya, and Ms. Waziri, and all the people that are here today. I see right in front of us, Shweta, Mohini ma'am, and I have just been introduced to Ms. Vanrewala, pleasure, and Priya, who is on the screen, but who, as you all know, her on-screen presence is not a patch on what would have happened if she was here in our midst today. She would have been the live wire and pushing things along. I'm sorry, Priya, I hope you get well soon. Achievements of the last few months on the issue that we are talking about must start with the ultimate breaking of glass ceiling in this country. We will now have a tribal lady as our president. Now, you cannot break a glass ceiling higher than the head of the nation. If this does not bring about a breaking of all glass ceilings in this country, as far as women are concerned, then nothing will. Also in this year, the highlight is the first Black Supreme Court judge adorning the US Supreme Court. Last year's great achievement was that the Indian Supreme Court finally saw the possibility of the first woman Chief Justice in this country, even though we shall have to wait till 2017 for that. 27, I'm sorry, yes, correct. If you look around the world, things are not at all much better. We look up to the United Kingdom because some part of our judicial system, some part of our legal system is derived from there. But they did not have a representative in the House of Lords from amongst the women lawyers till as late as 2004, when, as you heard, Dame Hale was elevated to the Honorable Supreme, to the House of Lords. Before that, I think only Canada had the first woman Chief Justice in their top court in 1982 onwards, etc. So if we look at the position around the world, we are not in a worse off situation. We are almost in the same position as the rest of the world is, but this is not a matter of pride, because the position across the world is abysmal. It is abysmal. Now, statistics is always something which goes in different ways, but these statistics do not. Right now, out of 680 High Court judges, only 83 are women. In the Supreme Court, we know that only 11 women have ever been elevated in this country. And for the reason which I shall point out shortly, the even more worrying fact is that less than 30% of judicial officers in subordinate courts are women. There is no reason for that at all, because in the subordinate courts, you do not have to develop your practice in order to be selected to the judiciary or elevated to the judiciary. You start your career as a judge. You study for it, you take exams for it, and you work in that system. So therefore, there is nothing whatsoever holding back women from entering the subordinate judiciary in this country. Because we know that in every examination which is taken in this country today, there are more women participants and there are better results from women. So therefore, there can be no reason or no justification for there not being more entry into the subordinate judicial system. And this has a very important effect. And this effect is what I wanted to really discuss today, because you have heard in depth the historical background, the justification for the presence of women in the judiciary, etc. And all of that is true. But the question, as Marx always used to say, is what is to be done about it? Why is it that there is such abysmal representation in the judiciary? And this analysis is being done across the world, and the real problem appears to be the source. Where are you going to get sufficient competent women to put in the judiciary? Now, this is in many countries, including ours, to come only from the subordinate judiciary and from direct elevations from the bar. So one way of increasing the numbers is to ensure that the subordinate judiciary contributes a larger proportion of women into the stream. But the other one is very important. The problem that we have primarily today is the difficulty of the litigant and the bar in accepting women in positions of prominence in the bar itself. That is why you are having problems in increasing the numbers. Prejudices, as you have heard, we heard firsthand from Aishwarya, exist against women practitioners in this country, and they exist in every country. One interesting aspect is that I think in 1992, for the first time, 4 women were appointed to the High Court in UK. Now, the High Court in the United Kingdom consists of 3 divisions: the Queen's Bench Division, the Chancery Division, and what is now known as the Family Division, which used to be Probate, Admiralty, and property matters. So these 4 judges who were appointed for the first time in the High Court in the United Kingdom were not specialists in family law at all, but they were appointed to the Family Division. And they were appointed to the Family Division for what Aishwarya has pointed out and what Mr. Vishwanathan also pointed out, the perception that this is the correct place of women. So if we are going to give them an opportunity in the highest rung, in the judiciary, then we must give it to them in a sphere which we think is appropriate for them. Apparently, it is still very difficult for women in the United Kingdom to practice in the Chancery Bar and to practice in the Commercial Bar. So much so that when first a lady was appointed as a judge to the Chancery Division, she faced outright hostility from the bar. So therefore, what is happening is that the same perceptions which are holding them back in progressing in the profession is what is preventing larger numbers from reaching the judiciary. So if we are to get beyond this point, then the sources have to be tackled. Solutions have to be found to bring up the women practitioners in the bar and the women who are becoming part of the subordinate judiciary. Now, there are within the subordinate judiciary also, there are ways in which you can fast track people. We now have limited competitive examinations by which competent and bright younger judges can go move up the system faster. Somewhere in the body of people who are planning our future, planning the future of the judiciary, they have to look at the source and go down to that source and try to develop that source. It is only when you develop the source that there will be natural representation of women in the higher judiciary. Because reservation has its problems. Sometimes reservations do not throw up people of competence. Not always. Sometimes it does not. And these are professions, these are positions which require competence. We cannot compromise the quality. So what we have to do is to work on the source. This was the main thing that I wanted to discuss with you today here in this audience. Thank you very much. And it has been a real pleasure. And my thanks to the PhD Chamber and everybody who is organizing this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts with all of us. I now have the absolute honor to introduce the chairperson and invite him to present the closing remarks. Justice Sachdeva was called to the bar in 1988. Thereafter, he attended the Commonwealth Young Lawyers course in 1992 at the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, University of London, and worked with solicitors and barristers in England as a part of the course. Sir qualified as an advocate on record. Nobody wants me to speak, that's clear. So over to Sir.
You see, I had come here with a prepared speech, but after hearing the speakers, and this is the difficulty you face when you come in after 5 prominent speakers. I was ticking off what all has been spoken, and at the end of the speech realized that I have very little to talk about. But there is, taking a cue from them, I really agree, it's not a problem in law or a problem in judiciary. It's a problem of the mindset. And a very interesting example of what our mindset is and why Mr. Vishwanathan took us 100 years back. I'll take you way beyond that, but towards the end of the whatever part of my speech is left. We had the judge in the Delhi High Court, a female judge, Justice Leela Seth. She, in her memoirs, wrote that, well, one day she was in the court hearing matters and she suddenly found loads of people entering her courtroom. So she asked her court staff, is there a prominent case which is listed in my list today? Because they didn't find any. Why are there so many people over here? So he said, no, ma'am, they're not here because of a prominent case. They're not litigants. They're actually farmers who were invited by the Prime Minister to visit Delhi and see some sights. So they have recently been to the zoo, which is right next to the High Court. And they've come to the High Court to see the first woman judge sitting in the court. That's the society and mindset we have. And that's not farmers. There was another incident she quotes, which shows the mindset of us. Us, I see male judges. She said that when there was a local social gathering with the judges, so one of them commented, she doesn't name him, but we don't know who that was, that he said, now it will not be difficult for us to decide what to eat because she's there, she'll decide the menu. That's the mindset we have. And now I am actually going to really cut it short because we had a lot of statistics. And I must say, comment that times have changed. The young lawyers, the youngsters who are coming up, give us such freshness, give us such insight into things. One example is a very youngster sharing the dais with us. She's 20 plus, doing so much. So, and this is something we face in court as well. When young lawyers appear before us, you have a new perspective, new vision, new things are portrayed in a fashion which you would not otherwise see. The first female magistrate in Canada was Emily Murphy in 1916. And you know what she faced? She had to be part of a decision-making process to determine as to whether Canadian law, women are persons. So that is the society we are in. Now, and this was, please tell me, how many of us, menfolk, I'm talking about menfolk, who do we take advice from? When we are kids, the first person you go up to for advice is who? Your mother. After marriage, who do you go for your advice? Your wife. Some may not admit it, but actually it's true. Any important decision in your life, you have to go to your wife to obtain that. So if you do that in real life, why can't on the bench? There was a famous judge who was asked, what do you do when you're faced in a difficult situation? He says, if I can't decide what to do, I go home, discuss it with my wife, and she comes up with a novel solution. So if women can do it, sitting at home, Imagine what they can do when they're on the dais, on the bench. It's not something that law is very different from what the society is. Law, in fact, is the rules of law which govern the society. So how do you behave socially is what law is. So if women can advise you, your mother can advise you, your wife can advise you, why can't a woman sitting on the dais take a decision? But problem is our mindset. We have seminars like this, we have discussions, first woman so-and-so. Why? Ms. Bhati just talked about, why do you raise an eyebrow if all 9 are women? If all 9 were men, there was no question, there was no eyebrows raised. Why now? That's exactly what the issue is. We have to completely change our mindset. Now, we are actually a very long way away. Now tell me something, and this is again, that how many women folk who work, we have a lot of them who work, are expected to go back and cook when they reach home? Why? Why are they expected to go back, look at their son's homework? If the child takes unwell, why is it expected that the wife will take off and the husband will not? We have this very famous quote, which now the move is to remove it from the dictionary, housewife. Why we've turned it to homemaker? But why don't we have a word called house husband? We don't. Because we are living, and I'm sorry to say this, proud to say that we are men-dominated society. Why? That's not the society which India envisaged. You see, women they have a different approach to things. They may be very emotional, but those emotions come up with solutions. There are sometimes hard decisions which have to be made. And women folk come up with novel solutions. And let me tell you very candidly, sometimes even I discuss at home, difficult situation, what is to be done, and you have promptly a solution. A perspective which we would never have thought of. Because we've been brought up, we've lived in a male-dominated society, our mindset is in a particular fashion. That has to change. It's changing, but at a very, very slow pace. Very, very slow pace. We don't know where it actually got turned. Now, having women in the bench, in the judiciary, like I said, we'll have a different perspective. Now, you have to have also a population balance. When we look at population, we have nearly equal population. So does that mean that 50% being represented, not getting enough representation? If we as judges are deciding cases for 50% of the population, why shouldn't 50% of that population have a representation here? Now, you see, if you look at the Hindu religion, if I don't know, some of you might have read the Bhagavad Puran. Bhagavad Puran mentions that Durga is the creator of this universe. She is also called Shakti. Brahma, I'll answer that. She is also called Shakti. Why is she called Shakti? Shakti is power. She is, in fact, as per Bhagavad Puran, the Shakti of all the male gods. If you take away that Shakti, they are powerless. Even Brahma gets his Shakti from the Devi. Now, if that is our society, that's what our society was. So where did we go wrong somewhere, and where did it all change to become a male-dominated society? That is something we have to think on. That this society needs to have a complete mindset change. You have to have equal representation. Rather, you can have, imagine a situation where you have, like Aishwarya said, all female judges on the bench. Why not? Why would you raise an eyebrow? You have the first woman CEO, first president of a bank. Why do we even give that prominence? Because we feel somewhere we have gone wrong. We need to change that mindset completely. I know it's cutting it too short, but I would like to conclude with a quote from a poem, which I don't know if anybody is from Delhi Public School, they would know that, because this is a poem which is taught. Well, when I was a child, I'm also from DPS, but I didn't pay too much attention then. On the poem of Stopping by the Woods on a Snowy Evening by Robert Frost. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have a promise to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. That is something we all have to think about. Go back and think, are we ready to accept that change? Are we ready, especially the men folk, to accept, yes, they are more, if not equal, or rather equal, if not more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us the much needed food for thought and leaving us with thoughts to ponder about on how we will continue and grow this journey together for the women community in this profession. Unfortunately, we have run short of time, so we don't have any time left for audience questions. I would like to now invite Bhavna ma'am from the PhD chambers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And can we have a big round of applause for all our dignitaries and the Honorable Judge for sparing time and being here with us. So we're indeed grateful and honored to have you all here. And may I request Kirit sir and Mohini ma'am to please come on stage to present a small plant. It's a green initiative of PhD. We hope you'll keep it in your offices and remember us, sir. So thank you again. And Kirit sir and Mohini ma'am, if you could just do the honors. To our session chair, Honorable Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing time, and we hope to see you again here, sir. Can we have the applause coming? I think they deserve it. Mr. Jaydeep Gupta, Senior Advocate. Ms. Aishwarya Bhatti, Senior Advocate and Additional Solicitor General of India. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. K.V. Vishwanathan, Senior Advocate. Thank you, sir. Ms. Alia Waziri, Advocate. And last but not the least, Ms. Soumya Tandon, Advocate, for moderating the session. Thank you, ma'am. Can I request everyone to please come forward for a group photograph, including the co-chairs? Whatever, it's fine. Dr. Singh, if you could join us. One big round of applause of thanks. Thank you. So we'll straight away go into our next session, which is Women in Industry. So starting with our session 2, Women in Industry. It's a very dynamic topic and we have some very dynamic speakers for this session. May I invite our former president, Dr. D.K. Agarwal, former president, PhD, CCI and CMD, SMC Investments and Advisors, who has years of experience and he's guided the chamber. So thank you so much for coming. Can we have a round of applause to welcome, sir? Our moderator for this session, Mr. Kirit Javali, partner Jaffa and Javali Advocates, and also the co-chair for the Law and Justice Committee of PhD CCI. Mr. Pranav Podar, Director, Synergy Environics Limited. Sir has diverse experience and he has in various sectors and he'll bring a fresh perspective in this. Ms. Madhulika Shukla, CEO, IFCO E-Bazaar Limited. Ms. Ranjana Roy Gawai, founder and managing partner, RRG and Associates, New Delhi. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ms. Vandana Bedi, General Counsel, BIRA. So big round of applause again to welcome our speakers for this session. And I hand it over to our moderator, Kirit sir, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. We've had some excellent sessions, the inaugural and the session on women in judiciary. I think it's really been very enlightening. And definitely we'll all go out better today and have a change in our mindsets. At least we strive for that. Now we come to the session on women in industry, which has also made a lot of strides over the years. We've had some very powerful heads of industry who are women and CEOs in India and across the world. I'd first introduce Mr. D.K. Agarwal, who's the chair for today's session. Dr. Agarwal is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India with over 2 decades of experience in the securities market and financial services. His leadership qualities help him manage, control, and supervise a large number of businesses in the capital and commodity market segments. SMC Group is amongst the top financial services company in India, having a network of 2,400 plus spread across 500 cities and towns in India. SMC has been awarded as the #1 broker of the country in equity, derivatives, and currency segment, and also been rated as broking houses with the largest distribution network in the last 3 years by renowned organizations like Bloomberg, UTV, BSE, and Dun & Bradstreet, etc. Ms. Agarwal has been the past president of PhD Chamber, and he's been recipient of Outstanding Achievement Awards over a period of time. His views will be sought shortly. May I request Mr. D.K. Agarwal to say a few words?
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. I'm really happy that the topic of I'm really happy that the topic of today's conference is on women. If India is to grow, I think it is women empowerment, and women in industry will make a big difference. So I will not say much because we have a deliberation and I think I will have to speak in the last. But I really welcome you all, and whatever sessions we have witnessed today since morning, they have been really extraordinary. The last session I personally saw some of the speakers speaking. It was a great experience, and it was, I think, I really felt that I missed the opening session. I'm sure that that would have been even much better. Thank you.
Our first speaker for this session would be Mr. Pranav Podar. He is the director of Synergy Environics Limited and is based at Gurgaon. He handles the business development and manufacturing of the company's products and is currently heading the global expansion plans of the company. Pranav is active as an angel investor and member of India's largest incubation and early stage investing organization, Venture Catalyst. He's also active in various PhD chambers such as PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's currently serving as a co-chairman of the Environment Committee at PhD CCI. He was also the founding co-chairman of the Young Business Leaders Forum established in PhD in 2008. He started his career as a supply chain analyst in a Fortune 1000 organization in the US. He founded India's first fully automated car parking technology company in 2005 and exited the business in 2015 after implementing more than 75 turnkey projects for automated multi-level car parking in India. Pranav is an industrial engineer from Purdue University, USA. He's also undertaken various MDPs from leading business schools like the Indian School of Business. Over to you, Mr. Pranav.
So I just realized that the introduction is a bit old. I think maybe a couple of years back. So I co-chaired the South Asia Committee, not the Environment Committee. So thank you, Kirit and DK Agarwal ji and all the other panelists, ladies and gentlemen. The topic is something which is, of course, very, very important, and we all have been somewhat hearing this for many, many years. So I think let's start by celebrating a couple of events over the last 2 weeks. Of course, the most recent one is where Srimati Draupadi Murmu got elected as the 15th President of India. And a couple of weeks back, Sirisha Bandla, so you might have read this name. She is the third woman from India to go into space. And why I thought let me start with that is that there's a very close connection, which I also just discovered when I read her name. So we both belong to Purdue University. Kirit mentioned that I went to Purdue, and I discovered that she also went to Purdue 8 years after me, of course. So I don't know her personally, but she's a Purdue graduate, of course, in the program of aeronautical. And another close connection is that I did industrial engineering, and at Purdue, industrial engineering and aeronautical engineering had the same building. So that I thought, let me start by celebrating and congratulating her. And there's a backstory. So when I did more research on her, while in college, while she was doing her aeronautical engineering, she had poor eyesight. She has poor eyesight. And she was told by her professor that, you can't really go into space because of your eyesight issue. And you would never be able to apply to NASA. So, those times, before SpaceX and Virgin Galactic, if anybody, did an aeronautical program was probably with the vision that I want to go into space and I want to work at NASA. So she, of course, would have applied, and she went to college thinking that I want to go into space. But very early on, her professor said, you won't be able to apply to NASA. You'll get rejected. But what you should look at doing is that there's a new company which is going into space. I mean, it's already there, Richard Branson. So maybe apply after you graduate, apply for a commercial space program. And that's probably the only venture that you can apply to. And she did that, and 8 years later, she's gone into sales. So I just thought, let's celebrate that. When we talk about industry, there are many, many stories. I follow the startup space very closely for the last 4 to 5 years. And many unicorns and soonicorns, we all hear these names, Nykaa with Falguni Nair, and Mama Earth with Ghazal Alag, and Sugar Cosmetics with Vinita Singh. I mean, these are all names we've all been reading about lately in the whole startup ecosystem. And of course, that's great. You need to celebrate that. That wasn't the case till 3 or 4 years back. I mean, all the startup ecosystem, the founders, co-founders were all mostly very heavily male dominated. But I think what's happening today is very different. There's probably an equal representation of female co-founders, if not the only sole founders. And that's a huge shift in that whole ecosystem, that a lot of startups and a lot of investors also saying that if you're a solo founder, they're not getting that, they're not very investor friendly. So what investors look at is that there should be minimum 2 co-founders, and ideally a male and a female representation. And so when I talk to a lot of the startup angel investors, they're preferring to invest in companies which have at least 2 co-founders and with an equal representation of male and female. So that's something that, we all can get a lot of encouragement from. In the West, of course, if you talk about two of the largest tech companies, which is Google and Meta now, previously Facebook. So again, there's a story, and some of you may be aware of that. So Sheryl Sandberg, who was the CEO of Facebook, and she's just resigned from Facebook as of this year. So she was with Google earlier. Not many people know that. And if you hear or read about what the founders, which were really male founders of Google and Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg and Sergey Brin in Google, they both attribute the success of Google and Facebook to Sheryl Sandberg. And not many people know this because she was the one who built AdWords in Google. So Google, we all use, we use Google Search, we use Google Maps, we use Google Earth. All these are really free platforms, right? I mean, Google doesn't earn much revenue from these. What they earn revenue from is the advertising model. And that is what Sheryl Sandberg built for Google in the very early days. So if today Google is a $1.5 trillion valued company, it's mostly from the advertising space, which they earn that revenue. And she was the primary person who built that layer for them. And then, of course, she got hired by Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, and she built the whole Facebook advertising. Today, there's nothing organic about Facebook, anything that you want to reach out to your targeted audience. I'm talking as an industry business owner. You need to pay Facebook and go to Google. These are the only two real platforms that you need to pay when we talk about social media marketing. So the woman leader, business leader who was behind both these companies and making both these companies, Google a $1.5 trillion company and Facebook a $500 billion company. There's a single most woman leader behind both these companies. So I just thought I'll point that out as well. So while we celebrate, women leaders of very, very big companies, Indra Nooyi, PepsiCo, Lena Nair, Chanel, she was with Unilever earlier. I'm also closely connected with the direct selling industry in India. And a lot of our products, which we manufacture in our own company, we sell through direct selling networks. And in direct selling, I get the opportunity because I also go out into a lot of smaller towns in India for product training and sales training. And I meet, so in direct selling, again, if you are not aware, direct selling industry globally, not only in India, is made up of at least 60 to 70% of women. So a lot of direct sellers globally, companies like Amway and others, and there are a lot of Indian companies, 60 to 70% of the direct sellers globally is made up of of women. And let's talk about micro entrepreneurship, because this is where, really if India needs to take the next leap, we need to have a lot of micro entrepreneurs, especially women. So when I talk about micro entrepreneurs, it starts as small as, I meet a lot of women who earn 10,000 rupees a month. And that's huge. I mean, we are in Delhi and we may take 10,000 rupees for granted, and Delhi is as urban as you get. But if you go into the hinterlands and you talk about a 10,000 rupee sum of money, which a homemaker earns or a housewife earns, is huge, it's tremendous money. And they are the ones who told me that when I interact with them, that has given them financial independence. From what? So if you imagine a typical lady, not very educated, didn't get a formal degree, got married very early on, had kids very early on, dependent on the in-laws, dependent earlier on her own parents, dependent on the husband, to get 2,000 rupees to go and buy something, buy a dress, or go to a beauty parlor to get some makeup done or whatever. They have to ask that money from the in-law, from the mother-in-law, or from the husband. Now, direct selling gives them that opportunity to earn that 2,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, 1 lakh rupees. And there are women who've done phenomenally well that I've interacted with them. That is where I think that is what India is. So we need to celebrate and encourage that micro entrepreneurship amongst the women through these various opportunities which are available, and which our organization is also playing a very, very small part in doing that. And I think if we can, and the single most layer which enables that is the support or the family support. So their husbands and their in-laws were the ones who supported them that, okay, go out into the field and do something, make a name for yourself. Don't be dependent on us. I think India needs to do that more. Families need to do that more. Still, the number is very handful. There are just a few, maybe 500,000 women across India who are in this industry. I think, but that number can be in crores. And if that happens, then India will be truly reliant, and women would really truly be in power and be decision makers. Justice Sachdeva before me, he talked about a couple of things. Even when we interview, in our company, of course, our company, we are doing a whole lot of stuff, but we are proud to say that about 35 to 40% of our workforce is women. We are also largely operations and manufacturing led company, but still, we're proud to say that 35 to 40% of our staff is women, and that gives us a lot of edge, a unique edge which others don't have. When we interview people, when we interview male members, we ask them that, okay, what is your family structure like? Who all are there in your family? So they say, okay, we have a wife. What does the wife do? Some of them say that our wives are housewives. When we interview a female member and we say, okay, what does your husband do? So they'll have an answer. Husband does X, Y, Z. I mean, I've never personally heard the term house husband. And I think that Justice Sachdeva also mentioned, but you kind of get thinking, why is that not happening? So it's kind of granted. Women have multiple roles to play. Working women, it's taken for granted that they will also be a homemaker. Not so much a housewife. Housewife is a name which is getting out of fashion, but it's given. So in my home as well, it was a given from the beginning that everything related to the house is taken care of by my wife. And sometimes you get thinking, why is that? Even if a carpenter is to be called to do some work, I said, yeah, you handle it. So, it's something, as a society, it's happening, but that's not so much there in the West. So this is something that, I just thought I had a few pointers. I just recently met up with a friend of mine who was here in Delhi from the Silicon Valley. He works for Airbnb. And, a few years back, we used to have conferences on diversity. And when we used to talk about diversity, we used to talk about equal male and female representation in the companies. I think we've passed that stage. And what he told me was, very significant. All these large tech companies in the US, in the Silicon Valley, now when they talk about inclusion and diversity, it's not about women. Women is a given. They are actually talking about each and every micro teams. If a team has 10 people or a team has 30 people or 100 people, every team lead has to recruit people across a very diverse, so even LGBT. So every project head or team lead has to interview and hire at least 10% or 20% of the teams have to have a very equal representation of this. So I think PhD also recently had a session on a big conference on the LGBT community. And I think that's where we need to head to. India is also getting more open to this whole culture and idea. So I just thought I'd just put down some random bullet points before I came in and thought of sharing my perspective. So thank you.
Thank you, Pranav, for sharing your experiences of micro entrepreneurships through your direct selling networks and how women have played an important role. We next have Madhulika Shukla, who's a chemical engineer with 25 years of experience in IFCO Limited and in different disciplines such as ammonia plant process technology, fertilizer marketing strategies, and IT in marketing. She's a gold medalist in BE Chemical with honors from National Institute of Technology and IIT Roorkela. Ma'am, may I have you on the stage?
Thank you, sir. And I'm privileged and honored for PhD Chamber to having invited me and giving me an opportunity to speak on women in power and decision making. Honorable members on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, I see a lot of students over here. So I think I have a good audience and I can impart some of our experiences to you. So basically I come from, I represent two industries. One is agriculture industry and another is cooperatives. So talking about the agriculture industry, as you all know that agriculture comprises of 70% of the total people, and it deploys 80% of the economically active women in India. And out of this, 85% of the rural women, they are engaged in agriculture. However, only 13% they own land. And situation is worse in few states where only, like Bihar, where only 7% of the women own the land rights. Economic survey of 1718 says that growing rural to urban migration by men, there is feminization of the agriculture sector with increasing number of women in multiple roles. However, 70% of the women engaged in cultivation are now witnessing migration from the rural to the urban sites. Speaking about women in cooperatives, cooperatives have long been seen as the social institution providing partnership, solidarity, and resources to women farmers, as well as to tackle the gender inequality. So, as an organization, what IFFCO does, we are actually working for the farmers. हम किसानों की संस्था से हैं और हम किसानों के लिए काम करते हैं और हमारे कई किसान जो है वो महिलाएं भी होती। तो समय समय पर हमारे जो उत्पाद है, जो प्रोडक्ट्स है, that we advertise, and I will tell you, when we advertise it to the lady farmers, it has a much greater impact than when we advertise it to the male farmers, because the impact is at the home level. Or recently we have launched a new product that is nano fertilizers instead of the prevalent urea, which all the farmers use most of the time since last few decades, and which is also causing a lot of pollution to the soil and the water. So nano urea, when we started and we explained it to the women folks, the farmers of the rural areas, it got introduced in each and every house, and people have started using this product, which is a revolutionary in its own kind. You must have heard, if you can, browse on the net also, the nano fertilizers. And our ladies members, our cooperative members, who are ladies, have helped us in putting this product into the forefront. And today, let me also share a few more details about my own experiences in this industry and in IFFCO in particular. If you have heard IFFCO, it is Indian Farmers Fertilizers Cooperative Limited, dealing with fertilizer, and Ministry of Fertilizers is where we actually take our subsidies from. So, during 1993, when we have our new managing director, Dr. Uday Shankar Avasthi, he had a bright idea. He wanted to deploy lady engineers in the plant. And coming from a chemical engineering background and finding a job in an ammonia plant was the most we could have asked for. We were 21, 22-year-old girls, and about 5 to 6 in numbers, and we were put in the ammonia plant, which is, a core chemical engineering process. And when we were deployed over there, you will not, आप यकीन नहीं करेंगे, हमारी productivity जो है वो plant की एकदम से बढ़ गई, because they were also excited कि lady engineers आई हैं. And we have to, the male engineers who were with us, they wanted to overdo what they were actually doing. So suddenly उनका interest भी बढ़ा plant के कामों में, और एकदम से overshoot हुआ. So this was what, breaking a mindset is called. जैसे यहाँ पर आज सुबह बहुत सारे discussions हुए कि patriarchal mindset को break करना है, तो actually implement करना है. हम लोग तो बातें बहुत सारी करते हैं, but actual implementation के समय ये नहीं हो पाता है. So our MD, when he thought कि ladies को deploy करना है, हमें उन्हें employment देना है, plant के अंदर engineering background की ladies हमें चाहिए, तो उनकी सोच उस समय कितनी बड़ी रही होगी. वो आज से 3 या 4 decades पहले उन्होंने ऐसी सोच रखी. और फिर जब उन्होंने उसका नतीजा देखा, आज I am 25 years plus in the industry. And because I stayed in the industry for so long, that is why today, when the opportunity came to engage a CEO, they thought that I would be the best choice because of the work we had done. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि women कर नहीं सकती, they have to just stay there. And our director HR, our RP Singh Saab, who is a unique director he is a proficient in HR matters so much. When I asked him, sir, why me for this position, तो उन्होंने बोला कि बाकी सब कुछ ठीक है, कॉम्पिटेंसी भी ठीक है, बट जो ग्रिट आप में है ना, जो ग्रिट है और जो डेडिकेशन है टू स्टे अलोंग, दैट इज व्हाट हैज काउंटेड। तो मैं जो यंग स्टूडेंट्स है पीछे जो बैठे हैं सारे, उनसे ये कहना चाहूंगी कि कॉम्पिटेंसी एक चीज होती है जो आपको एक बार लेके आती है, एंट्री लेवल पे लेके आती है, उसके बाद जो फर्दर काउंट करता है कि आप डिफरेंट जो आपके पास प्रॉब्लम्स आई और चैलेंजेस आए, उसमें आपने कैसा अपने को रखा, कैसे संभाल के रखा और कैसे उनको फेस करते हुए आगे बढ़े, ये सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट रहता है। टुडे वी ऑल्सो हर्ड इन द प्रीवियस सेशन कि ग्लास सीलिंग को कैसे ब्रेक किया जाए। तो मैं एक छोटी सी स्टोरी से अपनी चीजों को खत्म करना चाहूंगी इस लेक्चर को। एक आपने देखा होगा, अगर केरल या तमिलनाडु के राज्यों में आपने कभी मंदिरों में गए, पुराने मंदिरों में, तो वहाँ एक एलिफेंट बंधा होता है, अगर आप लोगों ने देखा होगा। तो चूंकि मैं बैंगलोर में रही हूँ, 10 साल मैंने बैंगलोर में भी काम किया, तो आई हैड अपॉर्चुनिटी टू ट्रैवल वाइडली। तो वहाँ के मंदिरों में जब आप मंदिर से बाहर निकलते तो पाएंगे कि खूंटे से एक एलिफेंट खड़ा होता है और वो उसको लोग केले खिलाते हैं, पैसे भी देते हैं, तो वो सूंड से आशीर्वाद देता है। तो होता ये है कि वो एलिफेंट जब बहुत छोटा होता है तो उसको उस खूंटे से बांध दिया जाता है और उस समय वो बहुत स्ट्रगल करता है खूंटे से बाहर निकलने के लिए, बट ही फेल्स, कीप्स ऑन फेलिंग। अल्टीमेटली वो खूंटे से अपने आप को छुड़ाने की जो जिद है उसकी, वो खत्म कर देता है। वो सोचता है कि अब मुझे यही बंधे रहना है और मैं इससे अपने आप को नहीं छुड़ा पाऊंगा। लेकिन समय के साथ साथ जैसे वो और यंग होता है और बलिष्ठ हो जाता है, तो उसमें इतनी ताकत होती है कि वो खूंटे से छूट के बाहर आ जाए, बट ही गिव्स अप। वो सोचता है, उसके मन में वो माइंडसेट हो जाता है कि मैं इस खूंटे से अपने आप को कभी नहीं छुड़ा पाऊंगा। तो अगर वो प्रयास करे तो बड़ा होकर के वो उस खूंटे से अपने आप को छुड़ा के फ्री हो सकता है। सिमिलरली फॉर अस, मे बी देयर वुड बी टाइम्स जब आपको ऐसा लगेगा यू आर बॉन्डेड फ्रॉम ऑल साइड्स और आप अपने आप को उस खाई से बाहर नहीं निकाल पा रहे हैं, बट डोंट गिव अप बिकॉज समय बहुत बलवान होता है। धीरे धीरे ऐसे चीजें आ जाती हैं कि आप अपने आप को उस जो भी खाई है उससे बाहर निकाल करके आप एक आजाद पंछी की तरह उड़ सकते हैं और जो भी आपके मन में है वो आप कर सकते हैं। ये मेरा कहना था यंगस्टर्स के लिए। इसी के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am. That was very inspiring, how your journey through IFCO and how with your grit and determination you've reached a very high post. Thank you so much. We next have Vandana Bedi. Vandana is a lawyer with nearly 20 years of experience, and she's worked with law firms like Tri-Legal and Advani & Co. She now is a general counsel with BIRA. She's running against time, so I won't take up any further. Thank you.
I think this is your phone. Thank you, PhD Chamber of Commerce, for having me here. This is a subject very, very close to my heart, and I'm very grateful that I'm getting a chance to speak in front of this audience and an esteemed panel. Let me start by asking a question, because our audience has been extremely quiet the whole day long. So what do companies like Nykaa, Biocon, HCL, Pepsi, even organizations like our finance ministry and WHO have in common? Yes, absolutely. And trust me when I say the list is absolutely not exhaustive. It's an ever-growing list. Women in chief executive and managing director positions have grown to about 55% in 2022, as opposed to only 7% in 2017. So that's a drastic increase in 5 years of time. A survey by Grant Thornton reveals that while the global average of women in leadership positions is 32%, India stands at 38%. And the country now stands at 7% globally, 7 position globally. So I think we deserve a pat on our back and a big round of applause to all the women over here. A very good afternoon to you all. And it's indeed a pleasure to join you all today for this conference. This is an occasion for us to reflect and understand the positioning of women in our industry. I thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts. Malala said that there are 2 major powers in the world. One is the sword, the other is the pen. But there is one other which is stronger than both these put together, and that is woman. Women rule the world, and there is no doubt about it. The power to love, sacrifice, and creativity are inborn gifts inherent in all women. India is specifically witnessing a rapid transition from women's development to women's led development. I myself come from an extremely strong women-oriented household, where we were a total of 4 sisters. Our parents ensured that we got good education and were made financially independent. My eldest sister is a teacher. My one sister is a global communication manager with Coke, and 2 of us are lawyers. As a professional, I have always preferred to face challenges rather than celebrate successes. My corporate work experience has been marked not only by functional breadth, but also by sectoral diversity. I started my career in law firms with Trilegal and Advani and Company, and then moved into telecom industry with Hughes Communications and in alcohol beverage sector, where women are a very rare species found in the alcohol beverage sector. I worked in Beam Suntory and now Bira 91. My career has taken me from joining as an associate to a senior vice president. It's 2022, and yes, we do have a good number of women reigning in each sector imaginable. But even if we try to convince ourselves that gender disparity across the corporate sector has been an issue of the past, the ground reality is quite different. Gender bias, unequal pay, mental and physical harassment, insufficient leaves are some of the issues that all the corporate women are facing. Apart from the professional front, a woman also has to deal with family duties and different roles bestowed on her. But I would like to share my own experience in one of the law firms. I was one of the top performing lawyer, most diligent and always in the forefront of all the major transactions. But enter motherhood, and there it goes. I was shifted out from my position of being a private equity lawyer into a business development associate. Additionally, at that point in time, the maternity leave was only 3 months as opposed to 6 months now. So it was extremely difficult for me to maintain a work-life balance. But things have drastically changed now. At Bira 91, we have more than 33% representation of women at the leadership level. We have roles, HR, finance, and legal, which are held by women, and they are represented in the executive leadership team. Secondly, there are a lot of women overall represented in the company in various hierarchy of seniority, junior as well as senior. Women are looked at now as career-driven and extremely serious about their progression, and not as just doing a job to keep themselves busy. They are demanding the same equal remuneration, respect, and growth as their male counterparts. In Bira 91, which is an Indian beer company, I think Mr. Podar is following startups, so you must have been following Bira 91 as well. I'm now the general counsel, leading a team of 6 lawyers, out of which 4 are women. I just want to stress here a bit, since we are all lawyers, a bit on the role of the general counsel, which earlier used to be a very different profile from a, considered a paper pusher role from inside the company to an external counsel, but it has become an extremely dynamic profile. GCs are now required to advise the business and the board on all aspects of governance, take calculative risk, and find solutions for the business to evolve, and troubleshoot when there is a problem. It is an extremely challenging role as it is the first port of call for the CEO and the board whenever a problem arises. And we'll have to be extremely multitasking on a regular basis because no day is the same. One day you'll be doing a contract, the other day you're structuring a transaction, and the third day you're finding tax efficiencies for your business. Here I feel, and it's my opinion, that women make extremely effective general counsels, staying true to their characteristics of multitasking, finding solutions to problems, and having strong communication skills to articulate the solutions. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend the way the legal hemisphere has revamped in order to facilitate and encourage women to function smoothly. Some of the noteworthy changes are the Companies Act 2013, making it necessary for there to be a woman director on the board for certain public companies as well as listed companies. The POSH Act for providing a mandatory complaint mechanism and establishment of an internal complaints committee. Maternity Benefit Act, extending the maternity leave, paid maternity leave to 6 months, as well as immunity from dismissal during absence while pregnant. And most importantly, the Equal Remuneration Act, ensuring equal remuneration to men and women workers for doing the same or similar act. While we do have encouraging numbers from the Grant Thornton report that I stated, it was not long ago in 2021 that Credit Suisse published its gender diversity report, which highlights the sorry state of women's representation in the Indian corporate sector. The Credit Suisse research, however, has demonstrated that the business model of companies with more gender diverse leadership displays higher returns on capital, higher margins, and lower volatility throughout the cycle. The value and share price of such companies has also confirmed a premium versus their less diverse counterparts. I personally believe that in order for us to change anything at the holistic level, we women need to ensure that we think of ourselves as the highest authority of our lives. We need to support each other and stand strong in solidarity. I say alone, women have power, but collectively, we have the impact. The truth is that raising each other up and channeling the power of collaboration is truly how we will change the equation and have a lot more fun along the way. It has been my complete honor to be among such accomplished individuals and to be able to present my perspective before you all. Thank you and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Vandana, for sharing your journey. It's been very inspiring, and I'm sure many more would have been inspired with your journey. Now, last we have Ranjana Roy Gawai. Ms. Ranjana is the founding and managing partner of RRG Associates, and she's a boutique law firm catering to high-stake and complex litigation. I know they can have only one introduction, but I'll just say a few more things. Ms. Gawai is an expert in corporate litigation and advisory, especially in issues related to insolvency and bankruptcy laws. And she's done a fair amount of transactions with leading multinationals, and she now wants to take over.
Thank you. Thank you, friends on dais and friends off the dais. And I can see very young becoming lawyers on the audience. Friends, running a law firm, and that too in the sphere where we are advising and giving them the solution for the purpose of using the law for the growth, not for the purpose of fighting it. That is what I would suggest all of you to learn it, how to use the law for the purpose of giving the impetus to the growth in the industry. And perhaps that is the edge. I learned it from all my peers with whom I have worked, and applying it today. We are handling some of the very, very big MNCs, including those who are featured in 500s. And friends, I being a managing partner, I ensure that equal opportunity should be given to both a female lawyer as well as a male lawyers. And I keep telling them the lawyers are only the lawyers. There can't be a female lawyer or male lawyer. What is required is the competence. So friends have a heart of compassion, but mind of steel, which will give you the strength to work harder, be disciplined, and ensure that you deliver what you have been given to deliver. If these things are inculcated in your character and in your practice, there is no looking back. And why I say so, because I'll just share a few things about myself. I'm from Bihar, a very rudimentary family where we, from the date of birth, from the birth, you feel the difference. You know, if the girl is born, people cry. And I have felt that. Why? Because we are 8 sisters and we used to tease our parents, oh, all of you were waiting for the crown prince. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And this is where we are. We started, going to the school. I should be thankful to my parents. At least my father realized that, he must be having at some corner of his heart that there should be a boy, but he never created any discrimination. At least he never showed it to us. He ensured that girls are given proper education. Girls are given freedom to choose the career path. And this is how we all are here. And of course, if you have to break that, the ceiling, you have to come from a place where you are studying there, then you fight with your parents that no, you are looking for a greener pasture, you have to travel to a different place. And then you come here and then you're open for the challenges. Please accept the challenge, work harder, and you see there is no looking back. I'm not saying that, our law firm is only 10 years old. I have got total 22 years of experience. I started practicing in 2002, that too in a company and a corporate laws. There were very few female lawyers I could see. And, with the hard work and determination, we could create a niche for ourselves. It's not a very big law firm. We keep telling our lawyers of 35 lawyers, it's a boutique law firm of 35 lawyers. But we keep telling them, like, we are right now at a very nascent stage. We have to run longer if we can't run faster, so that, we can see the changes. And now there are 15 female lawyers and a 15 male lawyers. Senior partner in our firm is again a woman. And she is extremely talented, but if we had not given the support, she could not have reached where she is there today. If the client calls specifically for her, saying that, look, she is very competent, she can handle our work, all complex commercial issues, she understands how to lead. Therefore, that's the demand. That is what she has created for herself. Similarly, in the industry wherever I've been working, generally MNCs, I have seen good number of representation for male and female lawyers in their system. And I have at least not felt that discrimination on work. If I am competent, I have been given opportunity, and I'm very, very thankful to all those, men around me, be it a lawyer, be it judges, be it senior counsel, be it my client, or be it industry. So that is the difference, one can feel. It's useless to cry, oh, I am a female, therefore I am facing the discrimination. No, it's incompetence you will be facing discrimination for. So therefore, create yourself strong enough in terms of knowledge, in terms of strategy, in terms of delivery, then you are called for this. That is what I can share with all my friends. My experience, see, I'm not going to go into the data because I think most of the data have already been shared. There is very hardly left for me to share. Yet I can tell you, in India, the metros are not the only place. If we go to the place, as rightly said by our Honorable Justice Bhatt and Justice Sachdeva, you have to feel it. You have to rely on that what is required, why you should be given. I don't go back home and cook. I don't have to. If I work late, my husband gives me morning tea. because this is how it has been taught. Like my father, I've always seen he would come to our bedroom, giving us a good patting, making us wake up. All right, now this is your time, get ready, go to the school or go to the colleges. You have in the night, I could see your light was on and all of that. So I'm really thankful to all my men around. Yet we feel at some places there's a discrimination. For example, those female who are homemakers, I mean, they know that is their right, yet they don't exercise it. And they feel, as if they are doing some sort of favor to the wives by giving pocket money and then they can go out and buy something. No, that's your right. If you are a homemaker, you are equally spending time to give the person, the peace. Therefore, please exercise the right in a right manner, not by fighting, but showing that you're right. And the person who's not giving you that kind of a treatment, please tell them that this is how it should be, because there are some point in time you're equally capable. Maybe you are sometimes you're more capable in some spheres, but you are taken that position to ensure that family is, given peaceful existence and the support. So these are the small things I can always share with all of you. And as rightly said by Albert Einstein, before God, all are equally wise and all are equally foolish. Therefore, me and you cannot create that discrimination by saying, oh, I am wise a lot and you are foolish lot. No, that's not how it is. The God has not created unequals. So why should we have? So therefore, it's a mindset. A lot have been said about the mindset by all eminent speakers. I'm not going to repeat all of it. All that I can tell you that all across the world also, the scenario is not that great. For example, European countries, economic European Union countries. I mean, there is discrimination. There is a discrimination in terms of the workforce. There is a discrimination in terms of the wages and the payment. But things are growing better. As Senior Counsel, Mr. Vishwanathan said it rightly. If we look back 100 years back, and now we see ourselves, we are here. And today also in this panel, I mean, 3 are female against 3 men. That shows the equality, that shows the change, and we are very proud of it. And we should keep making endeavor in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ranjana, for your inspiring speech. And I'm sure a lot of students would take inspiration. We now are racing against time. I'd like to thank the entire panel for a wonderful session. And each one has expressed their own journey and how they've faced various challenges. Thank you so much. Please, audience, please give a clap, big hand. Thank you.
I would like to invite Dr. D.K. Agarwal, former President, PhD, CCI and CMD, SMC Investments. He would like to say a few words. Thank you.
I thought when I was asked to speak, I will just make initial remarks and I will have to speak in the last. But suddenly I realized that the time is running out and I have no time left to speak. But still I asked Bhavna that give me at least 2-3 minutes so that I can conclude. First of all, let us give a big round of applause to all the speakers. I mean, it is really inspiring to hear what they said. Their life story is also very inspiring. One thing which very clearly comes out, one of our speakers told the story of the elephant, that when the elephant was a baby elephant, he was tied to a pole. And he was so conditioned that he always believed when he grew up that I cannot break this. I cannot break the rope. So friends, there are 2 things. One, the conditioning of women in India. Second, the belief in the women. So we have to work on both. The society has to change the mindset, because the way we have been upbringing our women or our daughters, we have to seriously look at that. We ask her to shut up when she talks of being ambitious. She talks too much. We put a lot of restrictions. And because she has been conditioned like this, so she finds it very difficult to break this barrier. So we have to give the confidence, the education has to be like that. Even the society, association like ours, the government, everybody has to work in a way that we give the confidence to the women that they can break this barrier. I think all-round efforts by everybody, it is not only the government responsibility or any individual responsibility, it is the responsibility of everybody, the family, the society, the organizations, the policymakers, think tank, everybody is responsible for that. Today in business, when we talk of women in business, the biggest issue which comes is the availability of finance. Access to finance. I think that is the biggest hurdle the women entrepreneur face. And even here they are discriminated. One that by, the mindset had been that women are not being given the land or properties. Of course, now we have equal inheritance law, but earlier that was not there. So by this custom, women are not getting the properties transferred in their name. So they do not have collateral. So I think that is one area we have to work, that women should be given access to finance. I mean, that should never come as a hurdle in their progress or in their entrepreneurship. And women in industry is a very, I wanted to speak a lot, but I'm sure that he told me that he's running out of time. I'll just say that women are very powerful. Given a right atmosphere, they can do what man could have not done, what man has not done. I'm very sure that they have immense potential, and India can really become an economic power if we can build our women, if we can empower our women. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I believe people would have a lot of questions from our panel. We'll take that offline because we expect the Honorable Minister to join us as well. So big round of applause for all our panelists. And may I request Ms. Lalit Mohini Bhatt, ma'am, to please come on stage and honor the panelists with the Green Initiative of PhD Chamber. She's the co-chair for the PhD Committee, Law and Justice Committee, and also senior partner, Law Links. Thank you so much. May we start with Dr. D.K. Agarwal, though he's always been on the other side, but thank you so much for chairing the session today, sir. Can we have the applause coming? The lunch is right away after this, so thank you. Ms. Vandana Bedi, General Counsel, BIRA. Ms. Ranjana Roy Gavai, Founder and Managing Director, RRG and Associates, New Delhi. Ms. Madhulika Shukla, CEO IFCO eBazaar Limited. And Mr. Pranav Poddar, Director, Synergy Environments Limited. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. One round of applause for the whole panel again. And may I request the panel to please stand for a group photograph. And we invite you all for lunch. May I request everyone to please join us back by 2:10 so that we can have a very nice session. We are going to be joined by Ms. Sunita Dugal, Honorable Member of Parliament, and it'll be a pleasure to hear her speak on this topic. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. A very warm welcome to Women Empowerment. And I think this panel is going to be really one of the best ones. And we are very privileged to welcome Ms. Sunita Duggal, ma'am, Honorable Member of Parliament. May I request ma'am to please join us on stage. Along with her, may I request Ms. Karuna Shriram, Director DCM Shriram Limited, and Ms. Lalit Mohini Bhatt, ma'am, Senior Partner Law and Links and Co-Chair of the PhD Law and Justice Committee. Can we please have a big round of applause for all our outstanding women who are all experts in their fields, and it's a privilege to have them with us. I would like to hand over the session to our moderator, Ms. Karuna Shriram, ma'am, who's the director with DCM Shriram. And okay. Sure. So before we start, we'd like to request Ms. Mohini, ma'am, to please give the welcome address.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone had lunch. In this very interesting session, we have read two very interesting and very successful and very inspiring women who are here. So I would start off with Madam Sunita Duggal. Madam Sunita Duggal is an Indian politician. She is currently a member of parliament in the Lok Sabha from Sirsa constituency and also the only women representative from state of Haryana in the parliament. Before entering the field of politics, Ms. Sunita Duggal was an Indian Revenue Service officer and served her nation as a bureaucrat for 22 years. She then took voluntary retirement from the same and joined BJP in 2014. Ms. Duggal is a postgraduate and has done her master's in chemistry from Chaudhry Charan Singh Agriculture University, Hisar. In her graduation days, she was awarded for being the best athlete of a college for consecutively 3 years. Currently, she has been entrusted with the following responsibilities: Chairperson from India Region of Commonwealth Women Parliamentary Association, National Executive Member of BJP India, Vice President of Bharatiya Janata Party Haryana, Member of Finance and Ethics and Information Technology, IT Committee in Lok Sabha, Member of Direct Tax Committee and Committee under Central Government, Member of Global Renewable Congress, Member of Climate Parliament. Welcome, Madam. Ms. Karuna Shriram is Director DCM Shriram. Ms. Karuna Shriram is an educationist and a social worker. Her commitment to the field of education and social welfare spans over 2 decades, where she has given concrete shape directly to various education policies and welfare programs. Ms. Shriram has a degree of Bachelor's in Special Education, Mental Retardation especially, is a special educator and a member of the Rehabilitation Council of India. Over to you, Karuna ma'am. Yeah. Karuna ma'am will be moderating the session. So,
before we start this session, I would request Mohini ji, please maybe welcome Ms. Sunita Duggal ji with plant, a memento and a plant, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a very eminent personality amongst us. And at the start of the program, there are a number of things that we do like to know about her. And I'm going to start by asking her about her journey. And as we progress at the end of the program, if we still have time, we will take in a few questions from you all, and I'm sure you all have enough questions to ask her. Sunita ji, please, is it on? I can give her this one. I can always go and stand there. Sunita ji, we'll all like to know your journey from Rohtak to Parliament. How did that journey begin? What was your high points? What were the challenges that you faced in the journey? And I'm sure there must have been quite a few, but I'm sure all of us, we have a lot of younger generation, upcoming lawyers and advocates who are sitting here. They would definitely would like to know something about that. So if you could please.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for having me here. And in case if I start my journey and I will start from Rohtak to being a member of parliament, then you will be left with no questions. I think it is better in case you will just take one by one. So it's really like in a man-dominating society in this world, being woman itself is a challenge. And after that, if you are from a downtrodden background or from an underprivileged background, then it's another challenge. And again, if you just want to join politics, that's the third challenge. So, but you know, as far as you come across the challenges, you become more resilient. So it is important to welcome all the challenges. So, I mean, the journey is, everybody has its own journey. So the journey is not, I can say that it was a very tough and like that. I just take the time as it comes. When I was a student, at that time, when I was in a medical side, I just thinking that I will become a doctor. And after that, after my +2, I didn't get through the PMT. And after that, I just thought that I will become a lecturer. And I joined BSc medical side. And after that, my MSc chemistry. And after that, I joined income tax department altogether, different field. And after 20 years of my service, then I joined politics. So sometimes, you know, you should work hard. That is on your part only, that you should work hard. Rest is, that depends upon your destiny, that where it will take to you.
So, you know, what I'm hearing from you is that everybody, as the path got created, you took that path and you went on that journey. So a very important point to take from here is it doesn't matter what you were planning to do. If there are changes, right, you should be able to adjust yourself to those changes and then follow that. Dreams can change, right? From wanting to become a doctor to now then joining the government and then becoming a politician. All different journeys.
I think you should do justice to whatever you just have in your account or in your kitty, whatever you are having. You just do justice to that. When I was a student, I just tried to participate in the sports, and you know, consequently, as she is saying that for 3 years I was the best athlete of my college. It's like first time you just become the best athlete, it is good. Second time you have to work hard that yes, this time also I want to be best athlete of my college. And third time that I just want to be, again, at that time, PT Usha, she just won that Asiad Games, and she was, my favorite. And even in the competition exam, in an interview, they asked me that you are in the sports, so who is your ideal? Then I said PT Usha, and what is her full name? And you know, at that time, I remembered her name, Pilavulakandi Thake Prambilusha, and they were so happy that you know her name. Yes. So in case if whatever you are having, you should work hard and give your 100% to that. That is important.
On your journey itself, and then there are many young women who are now, in different forays, different professions who are coming up. Everybody needs support. And more importantly, you need your family support. How important it is for a young woman to have that kind of support from the family, and what kind of support did you get to reach where you are today?
That is, I think, most important, particularly for a girl, for a woman. In case if the family is supporting you, only then you are able to, achieve your dreams. I was able to pursue all my dreams because my family support, and they assured me that they won't disturb me, and they won't, say anything or expect anything from me. Whatever time I will give to them, they will be happy with that only. When they assured me, only then I pursued for the politics, because it is very difficult. It's a big platform. The public expectations is so much from you. And when you just go to your constituency, you just forget you have family also behind you. So when my family assured me, only then I just pursue my dreams. And it is very important for the girls, particularly, that their family should support, and every family should support a girl particularly, because nowadays the girls, they are just showing how much strength they are having, how much potential they are having. So it is very important to support the girls.
Moini, you have. Yeah. So taking a cue from the previous question, how there is saying that you educate a woman. You educate a woman, you educate a family. What are your views on that?
I think it is not that you educate a woman, you educate a family. Like if you educate a family, you educate a woman, you educate so many families. The family you belong to, the family you are going after marriage, there you have your brother-in-law, sister-in-laws, everything, and then your children itself. And if you are educated, and then you give good education to your children as well, and after that, then they will just go to some other family, or then they will get married. They again, so it is not that if you educate a girl, you educate a family. Rather, you educate so many families. I think so.
That's very interesting take on that. So in your journey, you must have had quite a lot of ups and downs. So my next question is that, how was it when you were chairperson of HCF FTC? How was it?
Actually,
and your journey towards
that?
that?
When I was chairperson of this, it is SC Finance Development Corporation. Like for the particularly if you are a woman, then there is the people just take you for granted, that you just tell them and they will accept it, whatever it is. So when I was chairperson, first time I think I started attending steering committee meetings, where they were supposed to give loans to the underprivileged, and nobody before that attended that type of meetings. So they were very surprised that, ma'am, you were attending, there was no need to attend. I said, why? You just tell me why there is such a tendency is there. So that is very important. You just indulge each and everything, whatever you are having. At that time, I was chairperson. So I was so much indulged in that after attending these steering committee meetings and attending meetings, and also asking questions to these bankers. So so many people, they just get loans. So the loans are only for 50,000, 1 lakh rupees. But unless until, you just screw them, they don't heed to you. Yeah, show your teeth, yes.
So as a member of the parliament, there are a lot of women-centric issues which keep coming up every now and then. How is it, and what is it that today's our government, or you as a personal level, how are you contributing to those women-centric issues, and how do you plan to take it forward?
Actually, whatever question I just asked in the parliament, all my questions are women-centric, because being a only woman parliamentarian from the Haryana state. It's my responsibility. So whenever, only if I speak, whatever I speak, it doesn't make any difference. Whatever I speak, the girls, they feel so happy, ma'am. I just saw you when you were speaking in the parliament. So it is very important that, like, if you just you have to pass your 5 years as a parliamentarian, you need to speak. You should know the subjects. You should know how to ask the questions in the questionnaire. You should know how to ask the questions of the public matters of your constituencies under section 377. You should know how to ask the questions in the 0R. So all the time, talk about the bills also, because in case if you are able to, speak on the bill, only then the party give you the chance to speak. And fortunately, I'm one of the panelists that I'm chosen to speak on the bills. Particularly, if I just want to say about the Tamil Nadu bill, Devendra Kullavel LR. So I was not at all aware of what it is. So the party chief whip said that you have to speak on this bill. I said, I'm not from the South background. How can I speak on this bill? No, you have to speak on this bill. So for the whole night, I worked so hard. And after that, I just come to know that it is a 7 subcasts are there. They just want to merge and they just want to say themselves as a Devendra Kullavel LR, only one community. So I just studied all their history and everything. And after that, when I spoke on that bill, and after that, I got so much felicitations from the South area. And recently, I just went to the Coimbatore and the Chennai, and the people are so happy. They just used to call me Devendra Kullavel Amma, enjoy, Amma has come. So it is very important, like, so whatever subjects you have to work hard on it. So the girls, they really feel very happy that, ma'am, we are proud of you, that you are from our state and you speak well in the parliament. And I try my level best that all the my questions or whatever I speak in the parliament should be women centric. And particularly, I just prefer like education. Recently, in my constituency, Badopal is a village. So there I get budget of more than 20 crores for the Kendriya Vidyalaya. So I try my level best that education is must for the girls particularly. So I try for that.
So there is so much that is being done. And my next question to you is that, what are your suggestions for work-life balance for a woman parliamentarian? How do you do it?
For that, I think it is important that be in the moment. So whatever you are doing at that time, you should be in the moment, be in the present, and don't intermingle your work with your family affairs or your family with the work. When you are at the workplace, don't take your family over there. And when you are at the family, don't take your work at the family. So that is very important. Don't intermingle your work with the family and be at the present.
What has been the most challenging being a member of parliament in your work sphere, especially with respect to in the Lok Sabha and the committees that you are heading? So how has it been? How challenging was it? And how did you deal with it?
Actually, again, I just want to say, like, people, they just take the women like they are not serious. They just don't take that thing serious. So, even committees, there are so many women, they just don't attend the committees. They don't just listen what going on in the committees. So it is very important to whatever job, whatever work is assigned to you, be serious to that. Just in case if you're not known to that, you are not known to the subject, just try to listen. Even listening itself is a very good thing. So the important thing is that you should attend each and everything, whatever work is assigned to you. So I always try to attend all the meetings of these committees, and as well as, this time, I don't know about the others, but I'm the parliamentarian who is having 100% attendance in the parliament.
That's something very incredible because we see that lot. As far as the attendance is concerned, there is a lot of questions to be asked on
Yes,
that.
if you attend, then you have to listen. When you will listen, at least something you will get. So it is important to attend. So I'm really very happy for that, and I really very concerned about it. In case if there is some assignment is there, some appointment is there, I just try to attend maybe for 1 hour, for 2 hours, but at least my attendance should be 100%. I'm very much concerned about it.
Sunita ji, a question here. You were in IRS. You then stood for your elections, and you are right now the only woman MP from Haryana. The journey as a person working on policies to a policy maker, right? What is it like? What you learned as in your 20-odd years of working in the government, for the government, and now you're working with the government?
Like when you are a bureaucrat, then you execute the policies. And when you are a parliamentarian, you make the policies. That is the difference. So when you're a parliamentarian, you have a bigger platform. So I'm happy and I'm fortunate enough that I have lots of work to do for the underprivileged and for the downtrodden people. And in case if you're an officer, only then a limited platform you get. And you have to execute only. And that also depends on how much serious about the things you are. So I think there's a lots of difference between being a bureaucrat and a parliamentarian. I'm satisfied, having soul satisfaction is there that whatever I'm doing for the people at large, being a parliamentarian is on the bigger platform.
Sunita ji, just a small example, I'm sure we are all wanting to hear, is you're part of various committees. What is one thing that you can say, I'm very happy I was able to do that particular work in the committee, or I was asked to do this task, and I have achieved it to the fullest. One small example or an anecdote or a story that you can share with us.
Like in committees, there are so many members. We have a chairperson, and so many members are there. So all from the different departments, their chiefs, they just used to come over there and they just speak about their performances and what they're thinking about the future, their plans, their projects and everything. So we have to tell them in case if we have something additional to that, or if we have so many ground level problems there, we just tell them that you should incorporate these things also in your plans. So in that way, if you are in a committee, in that way, not a particular any member have any type of contribution. It's like a collective, you can say. But being a parliamentarian, I would like to say that before my tenure in my constituency, that is a totally, just a border constituency. And it was totally neglected, you can say. Nothing was done. Nothing, I should not say that nothing, but I think it was not at all taken care of. So first of all, my emphasis was rather in my maiden speech, I spoke about the railways, that there was a Gorakhdham train that come up to Hisar. And I was interested to extend it up to the Sirsa. So I tried my level best, and I asked again and again to the ministers and the officers. I just chased all the papers, and again I met all the officers, and after that I succeeded. And now this train, Gorakhdham train, is extended from Hisar to Sirsa as well. So in the same way, there are so many trains, that area is, that railway station is 150 years, maybe 150 years old. But even then it was not at all taken care of. So for railways, I am very much interested because in case there is communication is there, like if you have public transport, then only the youth from one place can go to the other place, and like they can connect to the Delhi, they can connect to Gurgaon, because these are the cities where. So in my area, the people are there and the youth, they are very simple. They are not at all, I mean, well versed about the things and the world is going towards. So that's why I was very much interested that my constituency should be connected to the capital city, to the Delhi, to the metro cities. So that is my concern. And for that, I'm very successful that I got a stoppage of in the Dabwali constituency. I got a train from Sirsa to Batinda, and I got a stoppage at the Nanded Sahib, at the Nirvana. So there are so many things in that I can say that I'm succeeded to do that.
That's absolutely brilliant. Sunita ji, one question. If we are all on time and we are not taking too much of our time, is what I have to ask. You are an athlete and you were an accomplished athlete. A lot of, and Haryana, we do know, has always had a history of providing our country with some of the best athletes that we have had. Today, with a lot of younger generation, if they want to get into, and I'm sure we have our own children, our grandchildren, and who are wanting to become athletes, but or get into sports for them, for that matter. But yet they are discouraged quite a bit. Even it's now that we have a focused attention in our education system where children will be doing some kind of sports. How important do you think sports is to your daily life? What kind of grounding does it give you? Would you please elaborate a little on that?
It's really very important, very, very important that everybody should, connect him or herself to the any sports, whatever it is, because it gives you discipline. And what I think, your body, mind, and soul, that should be in a synchronization. So whenever I think any one of you just started or having classes of yoga, first of all, they just ask you to do some exercise, some like body exercise, so that your body gets charged. So when your body gets charged, because it is a sadhan, you can say. So it's a tool. So from this only, you can achieve so many things. So first of all, your body need to be in discipline. Your body need to be charged. And after that, they asked you to concentrate on your breath. So when you concentrate on your breath, it means your mind is in your control, that you're asking your mind to be in control and to concentrate on your breath. And after that, when your mind is also in your control, then they said, now concentrate on the middle of your eyes and do samadhi meditation. So at that time, your soul is, so it is very important, like your body, then your mind and your soul. All these things should be in a synchronization. For that, so first of all, what you needed is sports. I mean, your physical exercise or whatever. If your body is under your control, everything will be under your control. So that's why it is very important that everybody should join sports.
Yes,
because if everything is in synchronization, then you can join politics as well.
So basically, the message coming through is get your body and your soul into mind.
Your body is in your control, your mind is in your control, your soul is in control, then you can join
Parliament
politics.
is not far. This is what I'm trying to say. And the step towards it can be taken.
Yes. So very important. Sports is very important. And you get the discipline from there, and it is very important.
So, I have come to know you are very spiritual. You do you do follow and you do recite mantras, right? Personally, how much does it ground you? How does it bring you together with your own being and your environment?
It is very important, because everybody come on this earth alone, and he or she has to go alone. So that is very important. So sit with yourself. At least give some time to yourself, only and only you and your soul. And if you are connected to your soul, then it is important to connect to the Almighty or the supreme power, whatever it is. Whatever, I mean, you think it is, maybe it is Lord Shiva, Ma Bhagwati, or you can say Allah, Christ, Jesus Christ, whatever it is, that depends upon it. That is a way of life. That, you know, in my opinion, religion is just a way of life. How you like to, to complete your day. Like you start your day with the sunrise and you just chants mantra for the sun, and after that you just start your doing like shivling, you put some water on the shivling. That is a way of life. Like if you like these things, it is better. In case if you like other things, that is also equally better. So the important thing is that sit with your soul and connect with yourself with the cosmic energy, with the energy because of that this whole world is in existence. So I think it is very important. If you connect yourself with the supreme power, then all these materialistic things, these you won't feel anything like they are very important in your life. Then these things, they just come on their own to you. So it is important to connect yourself to the Almighty. I'm very much, connected to that. And so whatever and I just say, like, whatever I do, that is because of him only. He just guide me, and on his guidance only I just step forward.
So I know I shouldn't be, but I want to, if time permitting, just 2 minutes. I don't know, and I've been told that there's certain mantras you know by heart. I don't. I'm being very truthful. I don't. Just a small 2-line, 4-line, which comes to your heart, which you do it every day. If you can just share with all of us.
Yes. So for that, I have to ask that how many of you just believe in Ma Bhagwati, Ma Shakti? Just raise your hands. So many, such a big number. And how many of you just believe in God Shiva? Just raise your hands. So they are equally liked. So out of it's a Shakti Suktam or Shiv Tandav. So आपको कौन सा पसंद है दोनों में से? शिव तांडव. अच्छा. तो शिव तांडव पूरा तो बड़ा लंबा हो जाएगा, लेकिन थोड़ा सा मैं रिसाइट करती हूँ, ठीक है? लेकिन फॉर दैट यू हैव टू, ऑल ऑफ यू हैव टू क्लोज योर आईज एंड जस्ट कनेक्ट योरसेल्फ विद द शिवा. अभी सावन का महीना चल रहा है और आप सब अपने आप को कनेक्ट करें. सबसे पहले अपनी सोल से कनेक्ट करें, फिर अपनी सोल को शिव से कनेक्ट करें. तो उसके बाद आप शिव तांडव सुनेंगे तो यू विल फील मेस्मराइज्ड. फाइन, लेट्स गो. एब्सोल्युटली. क्लोज योर आईज. ओम आत्मा त्वं गिरिजामति सहचरा प्राणा शरीरम ग्रहम पूजा ते विषयोपभोग रचना निद्रापि स्माधि स्थिति संचार पदयो प्रदक्षिण विधि स्तोत्राणि सर्वागिरो यत् यत् करम करोमि तत् तत् अखिलं शंभो तवराधनम्. जटाटवी गलज्जलल प्रवाह पावित स्थले गले अवलंबलंबितांबुजंग तुंग मालिकां डमड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनाद वड्डमरवयं चकार चंड तांडवं तनोतु न शिव शिवम्. जटाकटाह संभ्रमं भ्रम निलिम्प निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद 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 ज्वल ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चंद्रशेखरे रति प्रतीक्षणं मम. धराधरेन्द्र नंदनी विलास बंधु बंधुर सफुर दिगंत संतति प्रमोदमान मानसे कृपा कटाक्ष धोरणी निरुद्ध धुरधरापदी कवची दिगंबरे मनो विनोद में तु वस्तुनि. जटा भुजंग पिंगल स्वरुत्पणामणि प्रभा कदंब कुंकुमाद्रव प्रलिप्त दिगवधू मुखे मदांध सिंदूर स्फुरुत्व गुत्तरीय मेदुरे मनो विनोद मद्भुतं विभर्तु भूत भर्तरी. कराल भाल पट्टिका धगद 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 ज्वल धनंजयाहुति कृत प्रचंड पंच सायके धराधरेन्द्र नंदिनी कुचाग्र चित्र पत्रक प्रकल्पनेक शिल्पनी त्रिलोचने रतिर्मम. ललाट भाव ललाट भाव कदा कलम कदा निलिंप निर्झरी निकुंज कोटरे वसन विमुक्त दुर्मति सदा शिरस्थमंजलि भवन ललाम भाल लग्नक शिवेति मंत्र मुच्चरण कदा सुखी भवाम्यहम इमं हि नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवं पठन् स्मरन् बुर्वन्नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततं हरे गुरोसु भक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा गतिं विमोहनं हि देहिनां तु शङ्करस्य चिन्तनम् पूजावसान समय दशवक्त्र गीतम यह शंभु पूजनमिदं पठति प्रदोषे तस्य स्थिरामृत गजेंद्र तुर्यं कुत्तम लक्ष्मीं सदैव सुमुखिं प्रददाति शंभु। बस खोल लीजिए अपनी अपनी आंखें।
So absolutely amazing and brilliant. It's been a privilege to have you here. But before you leave, a short message for all the youngsters who are sitting here, young women, young men, there are a lot of young women who are professionals, learning to be professionals, going to be professionals, our future generation. A message for them.
Message from my side, like Vivekanand said, that arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. But I just want to, just amend it. From my point of view, arise, awake, and stop not, even if the goal is reached. Because, hard times bring strong man, and strong time bring good times. Strong man brings good times, and good times bring weak man, and weak man bring hard times. So it's a cycle. समझ में आई? अब फिर से शुरू करते हैं इसको कि hard time bring strong man. आपके पास बहुत मुश्किल परिस्थिति है तो इंसान को वो बहुत हार्ड स्ट्रॉन्ग मैन बना देता है. एंड स्ट्रॉन्ग मैन ब्रिंग गुड टाइम्स. वो मेहनत करके खूब अच्छा समय ले आता है. एंड गुड टाइम ब्रिंग वीक मैन. जब अच्छा समय हो जाता है तो हम बिल्कुल एकदम से लथार्जिक से वीक हो जाते हैं. एंड वीक मैन ब्रिंग हार्ड टाइम. अगेन फिर से वो हार्ड टाइम आ जाता है. सो इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट कि अराइज, अवेक and stop not, even if the goal is reached. That is my thinking. I mean, I don't know I'm right or wrong because it is Vivekanand जिनके लिए शिकागो में इतनी तालियां बजी, मुझे उनको अमेंड करना जो है, but I think so. मुझे ये लगता है. और ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो हैं वो आप लोगों के सामने करके दिखा रहे हैं. वो कहाँ रुक रहे हैं? कोई नहीं रुक रहे ना. प्रधानमंत्री बन गए भैया, अभी भी नहीं रुक रहे हैं ना. तो दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट कि स्टॉप नॉट इवन इफ यू रीच द गोल. That is my message to the youngsters.
That's a fantastic message to take back. I would like you all to please give a round of applause to this young, dynamic MP that we have with us, Ms. Sunita Duggalji. We are very privileged to have you with us. An opportunity that all of us will cherish for the longest times to come. I request Dr. Jitendra Singh ji to please come up and give vote of thanks.
कोई बच्चा, in case if anybody just want to ask any question.
Yeah, we can take one or two questions.
We can take one or two questions. If there are any questions, please.
हाँ जी बेटा.
Please.
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है बच्चों के साथ interact करना. I really love it. I really like it.
Ma'am, we were only considering your time, so if you don't have the time today,
no.
Okay.
आने की प्रॉब्लम होती है. आने के बाद the time is yours now.
Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone, all the respected panelists. So my question is, like, since the morning we are having a conference on women in power and representations. We had a talk on women in industry, women in judiciary, why the key positions are necessary. Also, some of the panelists talked about the source where the problem is. So I think the problem is in the representation in the politics. The question is whether if the woman is there in any leadership place, are people accepting it? If a woman is the managing director of a company, of a big PSU, but are people accepting the leadership quality? How it is glorifying what the leadership need to be? So in the parliaments, we have very less number of women, and if the women are not going in the parliament, they are not the lawmakers. How are they going to settle the problem which is there? Also, if you look at where we have the seats of women reservations, generally what happens, the husband was the former politician. Because of his decision making and influence, the woman is entering in the politics. In this situation, also people are not accepting the leadership quality of a woman. They are still relying on the decision making power and leadership quality of a man. So this is one of the biggest loopholes of what the government is doing on it and how it can be eliminated. Because this is a big intangible loophole which is needed to be amended, but we are not having the exact ways.
So basically what the basic question that you're asking is that there are women who are in position today, but are they enough to implement the policies that we talk about women's equality in their place of work?
Yes, are people ready to accept?
Actually, you see, listen, it's that depends on the society, like how society takes you. So when a woman politician is there is a much more responsibility on her to prove herself. अभी तक क्योंकि महिलाएं नहीं रही हैं तो एक बहुत बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हो जाती है, लाइक आदमी लोग कुछ भी गड़बड़ कर रहे हैं कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, थोड़ा सा भी कोई महिला ठीक से प्रेजेंट नहीं कर रही है, कहीं कुछ गड़बड़, हल्का सा भी कुछ गड़बड़ हो रहा है, इमीडिएटली पॉइंट आउट हो जाता है. सो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, लाइक इफ यू जस्ट गेट सम पोजीशन देन यू हैव टू प्रूव योरसेल्फ. डबल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है इसमें. लेकिन in the same way it is important on the part of society as well कि अभी तक भी जो मैन डोमिनेटिंग सोसाइटी है उसमें अपने आप ही I mean अगर एक वुमेन बॉस है तो सबॉर्डिनेट है तो उनको बड़ा अनकंफर्टेबल लगने लगता है. व्हाई इट इज सो? वो भी ह्यूमन बीइंग है, उसको पूरा दिमाग है, उसको बिल्कुल एक और चीज मैं कहना चाहूंगी, लाइक इट्स ओनली इंडिया जिसके अंदर जो है कि इतना हम किसी भी चीज को इतने अच्छे से लेते हैं. कैन यू गिव मी आई मीन इंग्लिश वर्ड ऑफ विवेक, बुद्धि, रितंभरा, मेधा, प्रज्ञा, इन सब की क्या इंग्लिश है? कोई इंग्लिश नहीं है ना, बस एक विजडम. मैंने हिंदी में तो इतने सारे वर्ड्स बोले, सबके लिए अलग अलग बताओ. तो ये हमारी इतनी रिच कल्चर है, हमारी इतनी, मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि ऐसी संस्कृति है जिसका दूर दूर तक कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है, कोई मुकाबला नहीं है. बस ये कि हम उसको भूल गए हैं कि जब आप, मैंने आपको बताया कि बॉडी, माइंड एंड सोल जब आपके वो सिंक्रोनाइजेशन में आ जाते हैं तो आपका विवेक जागृत होता है. विवेक जागृत का मतलब ये कि आपको अच्छे की, भले की, बुरे की समझ आ जाती है, आपको पता लग जाता है कि क्या ठीक है क्या गलत है. विवेक के बाद आपकी मेधा जागृत होती है. मेधा से आपको बहुत डिफिकल्ट फॉर्मूलाज जो हैं वो सब भी समझ में आने लग जाते हैं, आपकी मेधा जागृत हो जाती है. उसके बाद आपकी प्रज्ञा जागृत हो जाती है. तो आपको जो आपके ऑल अराउंड क्या हो रहा है, सब कुछ, दूसरों की भी जो भी कुछ बोलते हैं सब कुछ समझ में आने लग जाता है. फिर उसके बाद फाइनली लास्ट में आपके रितंभरा, कि आपके जो सोलर सिस्टम में, आपके यूनिवर्स में क्या हो रहा है वो भी समझ में आने लग जाता है. इन सब की इंग्लिश में इनके लिए कोई वर्ड नहीं है. विजडम आपने बोल दिया, बस एक आपकी बुद्धि के लिए, विवेक के लिए कुछ नहीं है, उसके बाद मेधा के लिए कुछ नहीं है, प्रज्ञा के लिए कुछ नहीं है, रितंभरा के लिए कुछ नहीं है. सो हमें अपनी संस्कृति से जुड़ के रहना चाहिए. हमें अपनी संस्कृति से बहुत कुछ है इसमें. जो मैंने ये शिव तांडव बोला, जो इसमें इन सब का मतलब क्या है, इसमें सबसे पहले जो मैंने मंत्र बोला था कि जो आत्मा त्वम गिरिजामति सहचरा प्राणा शरीरम ग्रहम पूजा ते विषय उपभोग रचना निद्रापि समाधि स्थिति संचार पदयो प्रदक्षिण विधि स्तोत्राणि सर्वागिरो यत यत कर्म करोमि तत् तत् अखिलम शंभु तव आराधनम. ये जैसे जैसे आपका सब जागृत होता है ना, आपको सबका सब कुछ, सब मतलब समझ में आने लग जाता है. अदरवाइज सब ऐसे ऊपर से निकल जाता है। आत्मा तुम, हम ये प्रे करते हैं कि हम एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग, जो ऑल माइटी है उसको हम कहते हैं कि आप हमारी आत्मा हो, आप स्वयं हमारी आत्मा हो। गिरिजामती, जो भगवती है वो हमारी गिरिजामती, वो हमारी बुद्धि है। बुद्धि अगर भ्रष्ट हो जाए किसी की तो अच्छे भले इंसान का बेड़ा गर्क कर देती। तो इसलिए गिरिजामती, सहचरा प्राणा, ये जो प्राण जो हैं, सांस आ रहे हैं जा रहे हैं, अपने कंट्रोल में है क्या? आपके दिल की धड़कन आपके कंट्रोल में है क्या? आप चला रहे हो क्या उसको? नहीं चला रहे ना। अंदर जो कुछ चल रहा है सब अपने आप चल रहा है। गिरिजामती सहचरा प्राणा, कि आपके सहचर हैं, ये मेरे मित्र हैं, ये मेरे दोस्त हैं, मेरे दोस्त हैं। जब तक सांस मेरी चल रही है मेरे दोस्त हैं। सहचरा प्राणा, शरीरम गृहम, ये शरीर एक घर की तरह है। पूजा ते विषय उपभोग रचना, इस संसार में हम आए हैं, इतना सुंदर ये सब कुछ है, बहुत सुंदर है। कभी प्रकृति के पास थोड़ी देर के लिए आराम से बैठ के देखो, कितना सुंदर है सब कुछ। देख के हैरानी होती है सब कुछ, ये कैसे, ये ऐसे, ये कलर ऐसे कैसे है, ये कलर ऐसे कैसे है, इसमें ये पेंट ये सब कैसे है इसके अंदर, ये सब बहुत सुंदर है। तो ये पूजा ते विषय उपभोग रचना, कि मैं संसार की जिन भी चीजों का उपभोग करूं वो आपकी पूजा के समान है, क्योंकि उसी ने बना के भेजा है हमको यहाँ पे। ये सारी संसार उसने बनाने के बाद जब ये देखा कि कोई वाहवा करने वाला ही नहीं है, तो इंसान को बनाया कि भाई मेरे जो बनाई है चीजें उन सबको देखो, एंजॉय करो और कहो कि कमाल करें, कमाल है, वाह वाह, बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया। तो पूजा ते विषय उपभोग रचना, निद्रा भी समाधि स्थिति, आपकी निद्रा जो है, ये नहीं कि नींद ही नहीं आ रही है आपको, जब ये कभी अभी सोना है तो उसी टाइम निद्रा भी समाधि, एक समाधि की तरह आपकी निद्रा, निद्रा भी समाधि स्थिति। संचार पदयों प्रदक्षिण विधि, जहां जहां कहीं पर भी मैं जाऊं वो प्रदक्षिणा की तरह हूं, जैसे हम कहते हैं ना प्रदक्षिणा कर लिया, प्रदक्षिणा। संचार पदयों प्रदक्षिण विधि, स्त्रोत्राणी सर्वागिरो, मैं जो कुछ भी बोलूं वो स्त्रोत की तरह हो जाए, वो मंत्र की तरह हो जाए। यत यत कर्म करोमि तत् तत् अखिलम शंभु तव आराधन, मैं जो जो भी काम करूं वो सब तेरी आराधना की तरह हो जाए। ये इस मंत्र का मतलब है। तो कितना गूढ़ इसका मतलब है। तो क्वेश्चन हमारा ये था कि इंपॉर्टेंट है कि सोसाइटी भी उसको एक्सेप्ट करे, महिलाओं को एक्सेप्ट करे, और महिलाएं भी जो अपना काम, जो उनको रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मिले उसको शिद्दत से निभाएं, दिल से निभाएं, ईमानदारी से निभाएं, प्रूफ करके दिखाएं अपने आप को। ये नहीं कि ठीक है ये सरपंच बना दिया, सरपंच पति आके बैठ गए। मेरे हस्बैंड पुलिस में है, हम लोग आपस में बहुत डिस्कस करते हैं। मुझे कहीं लगता है कि भाई हाँ आप बताओ, और उनको लगता है कि बहुत बड़े बड़े ऐसे केसेस होते हैं, मुझसे पूछते हैं कि क्या लग रहा है यहाँ पे, इसमें क्या होगा। तो एक पार्टनर की तरह, उस तरह से हमें एक दूसरे के साथ, चाहे वो मेल है या फीमेल है, जब तक हम ये एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे कि किसी तरह से कोई कमी ऊपर वाले ने तो बना के भेजी नहीं है, सब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन जो है वो यहीं पे है, चाहे वो मेल फीमेल का है, चाहे वो कास्ट का है, चाहे वो रिलीजन का है, वो ऊपर वाले ने कुछ बना के नहीं भेजा।
मैम, मैम,
There's another session. We have another session. Because justice is waiting. Lordship is waiting.
मैम नमस्कार, मैं बक्सर बिहार से हूँ। JNIT इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट स्टडी से PGDM परस्यू कर रहा हूँ। मैं सेकेंड ईयर का छात्र हूँ। मैम मेरा आपसे सवाल है कि आप एक IRS ऑफिसर रह चुकी हैं, आपके हस्बैंड IPS ऑफिसर हैं, और भाजपा में हरियाणा से आप पहली महिला सांसद हैं, तो आपका कद भाजपा में क्या है ये बताने की जरूरत नहीं है। मैम 1 नवंबर 1966 को हरियाणा बना, और तब से आज तक वहां पे एक भी महिला मुख्यमंत्री नहीं रही और ना ही उप मुख्यमंत्री, और वहीं से शुरू हुआ था बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ कार्यक्रम। तो क्या मैं जानना चाहूंगा, अगले इलेक्शन में बीजेपी की तरफ से अगर पार्टी लीड करती है, और ऑब्वियसली लीड करेगी जहां तक हमारी उम्मीद है, तो क्या महिला मुख्यमंत्री वहां से बनेंगी?
इसका जवाब मैं क्या दे सकती हूँ? नहीं, देखिए दुआओं में और बद्दुआओं में दोनों में बहुत दम होता है, ठीक है ना। या बैठ के दुआएं कीजिए सब।
Thank you very much.
Whosoever, जो भी बने, लेकिन महिला बने। बैठ के हम दुआएं करते हैं, बहुत दम है, बहुत ताकत है आपकी ब्लेसिंग्स में भी और आपके कर्स में भी।
Thank you, man, for that end note. And in fact, we are really very, very inspired and motivated after this fireside chat. In fact, you have raised our IQ, EQ, as well as the SQ, the spiritual quotient also, because you actually helped us in connecting our, mind, body, and soul with the Almighty, and that was really very, very mesmerizing. और जैसे आपने बोला है कि आपकी मतलब जो गोल है, इवन वंस यू अचीव इट यू नीड टू एस्पायर फॉर समथिंग एल्स। तो लास्ट में मैं आपके लिए ये बोलूँगा कि आपके लिए, आपकी तरफ से मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ सबके लिए कि अगर तुमने देखनी है मेरी उड़ान, अगर तुमने मेरी देखनी है उड़ान, तो थोड़ा ऊंचा और कर दो आसमान। So this goes in fact well for you also, man. So with this note, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you
And
so
thank
very
you
much.
to
Thank you.
Karuna madam, thank you to Lalita madam for, moderating this session and asking very, very fiery questions.
I
Fireside
think
chat.
all
Thank
of
you very
you
much.
students, you have enjoyed the session? Sure? Thank you so much.
May I request you all to kindly give a standing round of applause to
May I request you all to stand for a group photograph, and may I request Kirat sir to join us on stage for the photograph, and Honorable Justice Anish Dayal sir, if you could also join us. It will be a privilege, sir. Please. One more round of applause for the women empowerment and our panelists. Thank you so much. A big thank you for your patience, and may I request everyone to bear with us for the last session of the day. But being the last, it is the more power-packed session, and I think the speakers we have here will interest all the youngsters here with us today. So this session is of women in sports, and we have some very good speakers from the industry as well. And we would like to invite Honorable Mr. Justice Anish Dayal sir, Judge High Court of Delhi, to please join us on stage. Let's have the applause coming, please. We are also privileged to invite Mr. Rohan Jaitley, President Delhi and Districts Cricket Association and Advocate Supreme Court. I think cricket is the love of India, so sir will have a lot of questions. I would also like to request Mr. Rahul Mehra, who's a senior advocate, to please join us, and Ms. Poonam Beniwal, former international boxer and current coach, and she's won some laurels for India. So let's have a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. And may I request Ila Tyagi, our advocate and the moderator for this session, to join us, please. So I'll hand it over to Ila to take the session forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to our last session of the day, Women in Sports. Women in sport defy gender stereotypes, make inspiring role models, and show men and women as equals. India is home to several leading sportswomen, ranging from Miss PV Sindhu to Miss Mary Kom, who have inspired many young girls to choose a career in sports. So today, we are gathered here to discuss the impact of women in the Indian sports industry. To begin the session, I would like to invite Ms. Poonam Beniwal, national boxing champion and a competitive boxer from 1995 to 2005. She's a mathematics graduate who's done her master's in sports business management from Sheffield Hallam University, UK. She also holds a one-year boxing coach diploma from NIS Patiala. Ma'am, we look forward to hearing your thoughts and learning from your industry experience today. Over to you.
Thanks for introduction. Myself, Poonam Beniwal. I have been represented India in Olympic Games, Asian Games, Commonwealth Games, many international competition as a coach and a boxer. These days, I'm working as Senior Development Officer in Target Olympic Podium Scheme of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. As far as women in sports is concerned, when I used to box as a boxer, there was no so much awareness about, women participation. But today we have role models like Mirabai Chanu, Mary Kom, PV Sidhu, many girls. So they are, playing as a role model, and many women, not only the boxers, participants are there in sports. And even government is doing a lot for the promotion of sports at the grassroots level, development level, and even elite level as well. We have got Khelo India scheme. We just provide the basic facilities from Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports through Sports Authority of India. And then we have got the development level schemes as well in the TOPS as well. And there are various National Center of Excellence, STCs, which provides a good opportunity for the participation of women in sports. And through Khelo India, these days, there is like Women's League. So there's good opportunity, and due to the role models and you can say awareness in society. So women is emerging in sports, and you see Rio Olympics, 2 medals, only women. Last Olympics, Lavlina, Mirabai Chanu, women. So we have potential and we are proving it.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking out the time to share your deep industry knowledge with us. We're truly grateful for your presence and perspective. Your journey has been very inspiring, and I'm certain that we have all learned a lot from you today. Now, to add to Ms. Beniwal's thoughts, I would like to invite Mr. Rahul Mehra, Senior Advocate, to share his perspective on women in sports. Over to you, sir. So wherever you like.
So, good evening, everyone. Last session always means that everybody's sleepy and nobody's interested. So I hope that's not the case with all of you. But thank you for having me over, especially Priya, Moini ji, Ila, thank you for moderating this. And to Justice Dayal and Rohan, and the champion out there for 10 years who's represented India. Glad that you started with her because it's all about women, right? So let's, I want to ask you, what comes to your mind when I use these terms? Who is the source of every being? Who has the most incredible moral power? Who has great intuitions? Who is one who is always self-sacrificing? Okay, let's see the flip side of it. Who's the most oppressed? Who's the most harassed? Who's most, treated in the most unequal manner? Considered the lesser being, those always called the fairer sex and the better half. So I think that sums up this session. When it comes to giving accolades, acknowledging, calling Ma Bhagwati, calling the superpower, the God Almighty, it's all women. And when you have to ill-treat them, when you have to mistreat them, when you have to treat them unequally, it's also women. So there's a huge gap between what we say and what we eventually do. And unfortunately, like the previous, member of parliament who so eloquently said so many things, which really touched my heart, because as politicians, I've rarely seen individuals who touch soul to soul. They all come, they give us gyan, and then they go away into oblivion. There was a lady who was really making a lot of sense. So And I think a lot of that also goes to because she's a woman, she's come up the ranks and she understands, she understands the value of where she's come up from. Okay, let me just give you two quotes from the two greatest leaders India's ever had on women, and the two greatest leaders that I cherish and shall always do through the rest of my life. One is the person who gave us freedom, the other who gave us the dharma as to which way this nation should lead, the constitution. So the first, to the man who gave us freedom. I'll borrow my eyes out there. So this is what happens when you're growing old. You need assistance. To call women the weaker sex is a libel. It's a man's injustice to woman. If by strength is meant brute strength, then indeed is woman less brute than man. If by strength is meant moral power, then woman is immeasurably man's superior. Has she not greater intuition? Is she not more self-sacrificing? Has she not greater powers of endurance? Has she not greater courage? Without her, man could not be. Could any person out here in this audience or anywhere on the globe can say, I could have come out of a male's womb? Our very source is women. I stand here because of my mother. We all do. Without her, man could not be. If non-violence is the law of our being, the future is with women. Who can make a more effective appeal to the heart than women? That's our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. And then the second quote, I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress which women have achieved. Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar. So haven't we failed our own father of nation and our own father of the constitution, Mahatma Gandhi, as also B.R. Ambedkar? Can we say women are equal? Can we say they are the ones who have been treated well by men? Can we say that, yes, we have created a community where progress is to be, if it all has to be determined by progress of women, we have done everything to ensure that hand in hand, step by step, women is, if not right next to men, ahead of men. I think we failed them miserably. So what do? There are two ways of doing it. One is that women keep begging with a begging bowl to men, give us our equal right. That's never going to happen. We as inferior beings, we know you are superiors. We know if given an equal opportunity, you will outclass us. We have our inferiority complex, and therefore we protect our turf. And since we have the brute majority in the lawmaking, and we have brute majority in the mind space that is occupied, look at how things are changing. I'm not saying, we are in a much better India than we were, say, about 70 years or 80 years back. But the mind space occupation is that women are inferior. Why? Because men say so. I can tell you, Justice Anish Dayal is here, and he's just, congratulations, sir, for becoming the newly adorned judge of Delhi High Court. There are many women judges in Delhi High Court who, if not are far better than the male counterparts, at least are at par with them. Some of them absolutely phenomenal. In the past as well, the institution has had many women judges. Why is it so that we as men are so insecure about women being given the legitimate right? You make 50% of this population. Because of you, the other 50% of the population happens to be on this planet Earth. And yet you are still fighting for your rights. So this is generically about women. Now let's come to 3 examples. I don't know how much time I have, so you need to just control my time because I can go on and on. So just tell me when to stop and I'll stop, right? I'll give you 3 examples of 3 different sports where women have outclassed, excelled. They are icons of this country. And look at how men and all of us, the system, the politics, the administrators in sports, how their own colleagues, how they were treated, and you will understand what is the plight of every other women in sport. Forget about, these are the icons I'm talking about. These are the best of the best. So I'll give you 3 names, and then I'll just shortly elaborate on all 3, what happened. Have you all heard about Sania Mirza? Which sport? Great. So we have a good audience. Manika Batra? Hey, good. I hope you stand for her the way you shouted for her immediately. Excellent. And Mithali Raj, the recent movie Mithu, right? That's going on in the theaters. Each one of you must see it. I haven't. I'm also supposed to schedule to see this week over the weekend. But what happened to the 3 of them? Can you get a greater icon in tennis than Sania Mirza? 2 times, now many times Grand Slam champion. And in the early 2000s, she was coming up. The best singles, the best mixed doubles player India has ever produced as a woman. Mithali Raj, I don't think any introduction required. Absolutely superior, class apart, captain for decades of Indian cricket. Mr. Jaitley is here, and he will vouch for the performance of Mithali. And third, Manika Batra. God bless her. I think she has the talent in her to really go places. So let's start with Manika. What happened? There was a coach. The coach was a national coach of the Table Tennis Federation of India, which is the National Sports Federation of India for table tennis in India, recognized by the government of India. That coach runs an academy. Now that coach asked Manika Batra in a qualifier for Olympics recently to drop her match. So it was match fixing of sorts. She refused. The entire system, she lodged an official complaint in writing. The entire system, instead of supporting her, came after her. They issued show cause notice to her. They tried to stop her, and they did stop her from going to the next Asian Championship. So she had no other recourse but to come to the Delhi High Court through a writ petition under 226. And thanks to our Delhi High Court, the nuances of Indian sports and sports administration is well known to all judges. Over the last 20, 25 years, each one of them, majority of them, I would say, have a very sporting heart. And now we have almost a sports lover and a person who has championed for all sports persons adorning the bench as well, Justice Dayal. So it's only going to get better from here. So what happened? She went to the court and she said, this is what is being happening. This is what has been done to me. And therefore she asked for recourse. To cut the story short, because a lot of things happened in the court during litigation, an independent committee was constituted. Committee gave its report. It was a scathing report against the TTFI and the coach. There was action taken. Committee of administrators put in place. Manika, the local national federation, TTFI, wrote to the ITTF, the International Federation, got sanctions issued against Manika from there. And the court had to restrain them to have any kind of communication between the National Federation and the International Federation. So this is the level to which they go to destroy your career. For what? For speaking the truth. For showing them the ghosts in the closet. For telling them that they're going down the wrong path. This is all recently in 21 and 22. It's an ongoing litigation in the Delhi High Court, and anybody can get access to the records on the website. So this is what they do to the best of the best. So imagine, and Manika has some friends in media, some friends, others. Otherwise, she has a lot of popularity in the country. If you can do it to such a star, I mean, does an ordinary budding sports person coming up the ranks, does that woman or girl stand any chance with these kind of administrators, coaches, and other people? And then what happens? The entire system tries to protect that cozy club, the boys club, as I call them. You know, every federation has a boys club. They are the ones who've ruined it. Unfortunately, Mr. Rohan Jaitley is there. I won't talk about his boys club. But there's a pretty filthy and a dirty boys club there as well. But that's for another day. I had the greatest of regard for Mr. Rohan Jaitley's father. We did have many differences with Mr. Arun Jaitley. I had many differences. But at the end of the day, the basic fabric was there. We had respect for what he was doing in his way, for whatever he thought was the best. And he had a lot of respect for me for what I was doing in my own space. So God bless his soul, a great man. But the institution I'm talking about, institution is in a mess. And so are all other institutions, whether it be at the state level, district level, national level. We have a government National Sports Code of India, which governs the law because of the judgment of the Delhi High Court and not interjected by the Supreme Court. That sports code just does a lip service for women. I mean, that's the law framed by the government of India. And the lip service is there should be no women harassment in sports. Why can't you talk about equality of women? Why can't you talk about equal representation of women in administration? Why can't you talk about fair play? Why can't you talk about equal exposure, same amount of sponsorship, same amount of media coverage, same amount of prize money when it comes to winning tournaments? Why should a BCCI World Cup, BCCI pay for a Women World Cup, a pittance to the women and everything to the women or to the men? The men become iconic, they become larger than life, they become demigods, and women. You watch this movie, Mithali Raj's movie, and the BCCI administrator sitting there as the president or the secretary on the table in the movie, there's a scene. He asks her, he calls the peon inside the room and says, you want equal representation, you want equal pay? Okay, let me show you your space. He asks the peon, can you name 5 top players in the men's cricket team? And he names. He says, okay, name 5 in the women. He can't name 1. He says, okay, name 1. He couldn't name 1. He says, this is your space in the country. You're talking about equality. Get lost. If you have such people manning the powers that be, the citadels of sports, what can you expect? They are myopic, absolute short-sighted individuals who can't see beyond their own nose. And those are the people who are sitting in the helm of the affairs. I'm sorry, you shouldn't have called me if you couldn't hear. I'm just being who I am. So you'll have to bear with me, but this is what I am. So all I'm and I was surprised actually with such stalwarts and legends, and why am I being called? Because they're going to get uncomfortable when I talk. So I was very surprised. I was, in fact, I wanted to tell Priya, I think you've called me in the wrong audience, in the wrong place. But I get very few occasions like these, so I went it out, Secondly, I would say Mithali Raj was dropped when she was at the peak of her career, right? If that can happen to a Mithali Raj during World Cup, semi-finals, England versus India, and then England routs India, and there's no question asked because it's BCCI, you can't ask questions to God, can you? You can't. Actually, you can ask questions to God. The lady just asked questions to God, connected with God, right? Right. But we can't ask questions to BCCI because that's what they are. So why is it that who is selected and who's not selected? There is no press conference in this country. Why? If you've taken valid reasons, please communicate. This is almost a religion for people who follow cricket, right? We all believe in our cricketers. We feel passionate about our cricketers. Yeah, okay. So the third and the last example, and since I have only next 30 seconds, is Sania Mirza. Sania Mirza was treated as if it's some object which can be gifted from one player icon to the other player icon by the federation. So what happened? 2012 London Olympics, the two major stars of India, Mahesh Bhupati and Leander Paes, those two stars fought amongst each other, and the federation said, both of you are the best in India, please team up and play for Team India. Both of them said, we don't want to play with each other, we have differences. So thankfully, in the qualifying, we could qualify for 2 teams in Olympics. So it was decided that, okay, we'll send 2 teams, one pairing with Leander, one pairing with Mahesh. Now, that didn't go well with Leander. And Leander said, okay, if you want to send 2 teams, I will only go with my pair if Sania Mirza gives in writing that she will pair with me. So Sania Mirza is some object, right? She has no will. She has no say in the matter. Because what? She's a woman. Could anybody stand up and say, could Sania Mirza say, I will play for India and team with Mahesh Bhupati, and if Mahesh Bhupati should give it to me in writing, then I will play. Doesn't happen. Right? So this is how we treat our sports persons. This is how we treat our stars. Forget about budding sports persons. I often say, cursed are those parents whose kids excel in sports in India. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're not cursed. They're blessed by God, right? That they have the best of talent right in their household. But the system is such. Our legend, the only champion, now the second champion, I mean, the first champion, second is Neeraj Chopra. The only Olympian gold medalist till recently said in his book that careers are made and players excel in India because of their parental support. He said, and the quote is that sports persons excel in India not because of the system, but despite the system. So that's the best of the best. The only man in 130 crores of population over last 75 years of Indian independence who could have the national flag unfurled and the national, our Janman gun played out there at Olympics. Now Neeraj Chopra second. Again, Neeraj Chopra is a freak chance that India has got. Nothing contributed by the federations or by anybody else. So all I'm requesting, and I'm leaving you with a thought, is we need to move way beyond protecting women, protecting them from sexual harassment. Who are we to protect them? We need to protect our thought. Okay, we need to be beings, human beings. We are not beasts. You protect people not from a fellow human being. You protect a person from a beast. When a male becomes a beast and rapes or sexually harasses, he's not a being then. So what is this protection and all that? We need to move from that. We need to empower. We need to give them their own power, which they so richly deserve. Bring them into the participative process. Don't talk about women equality or anything if it's only words. Why 33%? Why not 50%? Why don't we start with that and say, okay, 75% because you are lesser beings. You've ruled over us for 5,000 years. Ever since our Vedas don't talk about. Vedas had rishis who were women. Gayatri, Maitri, name them. They were the ones who propounded and Vedas came in, right? If women were so empowered then, 5,000 years back, what have we done as human beings to women out here, as men? So I'll leave you with that thought. And, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that very passionate speech. And we are very thankful to have you here with us today and share the institutional challenges for women in the sports industry. Now, I would like to invite our session co-chair, Mr. Rohan Jaitley, who is not only an advocate at the Supreme Court of India, but also the president of Delhi and Districts Cricket Association. He holds a master's in law from Cornell University and is the son of late lawyer turned Indian cabinet minister, Shri Arun Jaitley. Welcome to the session, sir. Over to you.
Good evening, all. Just as they are, my friend Rahul Mehra, champion on the left, as Mr. Mehra introduced her, Ms. Ela, the members of the PhD chambers. It's a pleasure to be here. The topic, women and sports. Taking a leaf out of what Mr. Mehra said, it's a mindset which needs to evolve, and it's been evolving. As one of the caps that are on of an administrator for the cricketing jurisdiction in the city, I'll take back down history lane for a little while. Around the year 2003, 2004, women's cricket in India was brought under the aegis of the BCCI. And how BCCI functions is that a majority part of their earnings, revenues, is dispensed to state associations across the country for development of the best infrastructure and facilities to promote talent. In Delhi, and Thereafter, through years across countries, after the Lodha reforms came by through the Supreme Court, we've got the Indian Cricketers Association, which have representatives on every state board, the BCCI, every state, Delhi, Maharashtra, Mumbai, you name it. Women cricket, after coming under the aegis of BCCI, has progressed only because of the sheer potential of talent being found in any part of the country. What were the number of stadiums across the country 20 years ago? 5 big centers. What is it today? In excess of 30. And these are world-class test centers. You have matches which happen in Cuttack. Now there's a northeastern region which is being developed of the country. You've got Uttar Pradesh, which has 2 international stadiums. A third one is in the pipeline. Delhi has had its few troubled years in litigation. My friend stated it's a boys' club with its own problem. We're now working towards a synchronized model over the last 2 years to redevelop women's cricket. And the effects we see. We have women's in different age groups which come to participate. There is a under 19 group. There's a senior team. Mr. Mehra is very well aware of most of the functioning. What happens is that the mindset needs to change. There are girls who face problems, who have the talent, but from being from an humble background, there seem to be some problems. So there has to be sensitization, not just within the ecosystem of the environment of an association or a federation, but also with family members. There are apprehensions that what if something goes wrong? Till what level will she play? What is her future? If those thoughts change, and those thoughts are changing, there are parents who encourage their children to play, come forward. With time, over the last 20 years, 10 years, there has been an immense change. We see players in Delhi. We've had about 12 international players from Delhi. There are about 2 players in the squad currently for the country. And there is a whole wide variety of changes happening. One of our international archery players, after the Olympic Games, when she could not qualify, she came back and she said, I requested a mental health coach. These are changes that are required with time. It's an evolving system. With the evolution, the sporting arena, which was mostly dominated by men, is now swinging. You see the results in the last few years. My learned friend on the left very clearly said that the government initiatives, today Khelo India for the last few years, Olympic podium goal, these are all platforms that are there for dedicated talent grooming and making sure you get the best results that you're trying to achieve. There is a serious problem which Justice Dayal is an expert at in his previous role as a lawyer, of doping. There are instances that players, men, women more so, when they're not competing in a championship, when they're not in a training facility, they're not in the preparatory mode, they end up and they're not well. They're unwell, they catch a flu, they go to a doctor, the doctor prescribes a common medication. That particular medication might be on a restricted schedule list. You go back to your championship a couple of weeks later, your blood samples drawn, you test positive, and you're called a doper. When I say sensitization, there is an overall sensitization needed. A player needs to know what are the kind of medications that you're supposed to stay away from. If I ask, ma'am, did she with time would have realized what kind of medications and precautions have to be taken. But a general over-the-counter drug can be a banned substance for the purposes of any sporting activity.
Now with time, these things have changed. We see cases with the Anti-Doping Appellate Authority where you've got players who say, I had a back injury. My physiotherapist, my sports injury specialist gave me a treatment regimen and my sample came back positive. How is it my fault? It is not her fault. It's the fault that she never had the sensitization on what she should do. This is where a responsible role has to be played by a federation or an association. As cricket in Delhi, where we've got protocols in place, injuries have to be reported to your central chief physiotherapist of the association to make sure that you're not bungling up on a medicinal regimen protocol. Your recoveries are being done in a manner that it's appropriate and it won't be a sustained reoccurring injury. There are questions on women's safety. I feel we are past that bridge today. Women are way beyond men in arenas and they are way upright to protect themselves. They know they can give a person a slap. They are empowered enough to take people down. There are schemes coming down from judgments of the Supreme Court which provide protection at workplaces. There are gender sensitization committees which are at play in every body, at least in the Delhi structure and the BCCI, they are at play. And there is a zero tolerance policy. At least in the last 2 years that now I've been in the affairs of the Delhi cricket, there's not been one reported incident of a harassment of a sexual nature or any women player complaining about the whatsoever under the sun. We do make sure, we do an extra effort to make sure that a cohabitative environment is provided for them with the best support staff, women-oriented support staff. How do they excel in sports? I'll share some figures. If we do open trials, like how any sporting body works, is there are trials of players from different arenas. If we do open trials in the women's side, be age specific or general open trials, we'll do around 500-600 players across board as a total figure. Comparing it to the men's side, it's literally 20%. Why? There are multiple reasons. There is a outreach issue that the best talent is not being extracted. Why? There's limited facilities. There are academies across the city which only do men's cricket. They don't do women's cricket. There are, my friend said, sponsors issues. There are sponsors issues, but in Delhi now we've been able to line up a sponsor. We're going into a mode where we're putting our own women's league in place before a men's league. How does that give us an advantage? There's a large pool of former players from Delhi who have played for the country, who would get into a mentorship role. Who better than former India players to mentor the best upcoming talent? That is what makes Delhi cricket what it is in regard to women's cricket. We're doing better in the women's side of cricket than the men's side as of date. We qualify tournaments there. They are dedicated, they are hardworking. There are academies being set up with exclusive hours, exclusive staff, the best support staff possible, the best coaches from the city to make sure that Delhi's cricketing arena on the women's side is going to be sooner than later the best in the country. And I can say that. There's Commonwealth Games happening. The Indian team on the women's side is a participant there. That's before the men's team. So you see these changes happening across the world, across the globe, where the scales are tipping. And the women are being given a pedestal to perform. and be the best talent. It is important that they get the best facilities in a cohabitive environment with the best mindset possible. Administrators have a vital role to play here. What my friend said, these are parts that have happened in history. We can only move ahead, make sure they don't happen again. I would like to finish here and thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your enriching perspective with us, sir. We are truly grateful to have you here with us today. And now to close the session and summarize our discussion on women in sports, I would like to invite Honorable Mr. Justice.
Excuse me, before closing the session, I would like to quote here, as Jetli ji said, कि women और men का ratio, Commonwealth Games का contingent जा रहा है. This is 50-50. This is women empowerment. I am there. Pardon?
Why should you be there on the administration? 50-50 फिर क्या हो? खेलो ना, आप खेल के मैदान में खेलो. Administration में only men.
See, let me give the answer. No. There are 2 Olympic champion individual game में. राहुल जी ने बिंद्रा के बारे में बोला, जो खुद से मेहनत करके आया, खुद एक अपने आप में रेंज बना के खेला. नीरज चोपड़ा के बारे में नहीं बोला आपने. उसमें साई का क्या रोल है, टॉप्स का क्या रोल है? फिगर्स उठा लीजिए. Here as a boxer, national champion थी, international player रही, मौका मिला, साई में जॉब किया. ये मिनिस्ट्री ने ही मुझे मौका दिया एज ए सीनियर डेवलपमेंट ऑफिसर काम करने का. एंड दिस इज 107 मैंने नहीं किया, सिस्टम ने किया. देयर आर पॉलिसीज. You are working as an advocate. I'm working as an administrator. He's running a federation. You are lawyers, sports management. कितनी जगह हम क्या कर रहे हैं? What we are doing? I mean, अब बता दो जो हम क्या कर रहे हैं?
Thank you, ma'am. So to settle this debate, it is our privilege to invite Honorable Mr. Justice Anish Dayal, Judge High Court of India, to please address the gathering. May we have a round of applause for sir. Thank you.
I sincerely hope, no, you don't have to stand, please. I really sincerely hope we start dropping honorable from people like us. We are doing a job. It's a constitutional job, and we just need to be known by that, what we do. But anyway, I can't change the system. I'm just 1 month old into the job. So I must say, but I was very tempted by Mr. Jetli's, I was very tempted to start an anti-doping lecture out here, but which is my favorite turf when I was a lawyer. But I will not do that. And but first of all, many thanks to the organizers, and particularly to Priya, who's not here, and Kirit for inviting me to chair this session. Kirit is there? Okay. Priya is there on the VC. So thanks, Priya. We would have loved to see you here physically, but I must say that I said disclaimer. I told Priya that, listen, as being a man, I'm totally not qualified to chair this session. It's a basic disqualification for a topic like this. But she convinced me. And on the other hand, I think because of a lot of my lawyer years were spent in advising on sports, I think I just about passed muster on that issue. So forgive me, because I won't have perspectives like Ms. Beniwal have, because they have worked through the system, or the parliamentarian who was there. We obviously have a prism. I'm speaking from a prism and a perspective of a man. So maybe a lot of my comments may be off mark. So just forgive me for that. But truly enlightening set of thoughts from the chair here. And I think Mr. Mehra very beautifully juxtaposed the 2 opposing aspects, in his commencement of his speech, which sort of, according to me, pithily puts the way we perceive, the good things and what we do and what we make the women suffer on various counts. We're all guilty for it in various varying degrees. And on that note, I also wanted to say that, for example, he mentioned that Delhi High Court is fortunate enough to have probably the maximum number of women judges now, thanks to initiatives taken. And then I do remember some senior judge remarking, saying, why are we talking of 30%, 50%? Why not 70%? What is this 50%? Why is that benchmark in any case there? So that's a very, if you just focus on that point, it's a very interesting point. This is not a hand-me-down. We have to get away from the mindset that we as men and dominating the mind space are going to be handing down something to the other gender. That itself has to be deconstructed. That notion itself has to be deconstructed. We can keep talking about micro issues and quick fixes, but according to me, that very notion has to be, corrected. So, as the parliamentarian said, I think we need to go down deep into our soul and find out that we are all created equal. And we have come down as equal. It's just that these, in the human civilization, has created these discrepancies over a period of time. But in my experience as a lawyer, in so many interactions with sports federations, players, media companies, production houses, sports management outfits, and private enterprises, I have to admit I was rarely sitting across the table with a woman leader. And when I was thinking about this topic, I just realized that there were a few exceptions, but they were few and far between. And I'm talking about this 27 years of practice, which a predominant part was in the media and entertainment and sports industry. And we saw the evolution since the 90s when sports became more commercialized, broadcast came in, media came in, and we saw that evolution happening. There was a significant increase. Because when we're talking about women in leadership in sports, mind you, we are not talking only of players. We are talking of administrators. We are talking of managers. We are talking of coaches. We're talking about the whole ecosystem. Of course, the sports person is an integral part. Without an athlete, you will not have sport. And I've always said that please focus on the athlete because the manager comes later. The coach comes later. But at the first instance, you've got to have the athlete. So no, there's no question that the athlete is the central part. But if you see the ecosystem where you're talking about leadership in the industry of sport, then you're talking of all these aspects. I have a lot of young sports lawyers who came to me and used to ask me to mentor them. And I used to say, well, there's not enough work in this situation, but please go ahead and carve out your space because there's loads of things to do. But there are lots of reasons and perspectives we've got from the speakers. But what, again, is the core is in sports that we tend to think that more sports are a male prerogative. It's a male prerogative and that women in sports are second fiddle. Take the classic example of cricket, which everybody has cited here. In any case, I always joke that in India, there are two sports. One is cricket and there's the rest of the world. So it's so unequally distributed. I mean, cricket has all the fame, the money, the religion behind it. And then there is the other set of athletes. And in our practice as lawyers, we've seen a lot of athletes have trooped into my chamber from low economic backgrounds. Have you ever thought why sports attracts people from the villages? That's because it's an escape from them. It's an economic escape to get out from the difficult circumstances that they have. Each and every one of them who trooped into my chamber, I used to talk to them and find out from where they were coming and why they were there and why they were so gritty. All of you urbanized people will take up sport as a hobby. Your parents will say, ki boards karna hai, graduation karni hai, chhod do, second fiddle, chhod do. So that is the reality of the sport. And when in cricket, I mean, I am delighted that in a we have had the gods of cricket for all these years, but now the women's cricket team has finally got recognition on the podium and with the press. Suddenly, if you look at the sports page, you find that piece of news on top. And mind you, the press is totally biased in reportage towards regular men's cricket. The stories and stories of what's happening in the dressing rooms and what's happening there. Just make an analysis of any sports page of the newspaper, you'll see. So these are critical issues because it's the mind space. If you're reading 1.5 pages of India 11 and what's happening between them and what they're thinking, and little snippet of what's happening in women's cricket, you are creating an inequality, right? There is no reason. And suddenly when you find these ballooning up in those press, it's such a delight. You know there's a move, there's a momentum. So suddenly you have Mithali Raj, Hamanpreet Kaur, these are household names now. And of course, there's a film here. So Mr. Rohan Jaitley also listed some initiatives which are happening. And we hope and wish with you at the helm of affairs, may you go longer and stronger and strengthen our sporting ecosystem. We are well aware of Mr. Rahul Mehra's crusader abilities when we were at the bar. And he has, of course, been a crusader in terms of cleaning up of sports. And his vitriol and his passion comes from that basic thought. And I'm happy to say that for Rahul, who's worked really hard. And I'm sure he's rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But that's the job he has chosen to take up on himself. Now, if you see also talking about the press, but also see endorsement. Now, why are we so excited about sports for the last 10, 15 years? Football, cricket, endorsement, celebrity stuff, right? So I'm just trying to take you to sport, not in this clinical, isolated manner. Today, we are receiving sport in all its different commercial glory also. You know, you're looking at Virat Kohli with great endorsement, crores and crores of endorsement. And now suddenly you have PV Sindhu's top up. Just check out the statistics. You check out the advertising statistics on the net. I can bore you with statistics, but check it out. But there's still a far gap. But mind you, that individual celebrity player, PV Sindhu, is now finally part of the endorsement charts. Now we can easily dismiss that and say that's a commercialization of sport. But mind you, that is the commercialization which is trickling down. That is why, I mean, things like IPL leagues or whatever, some have failed, some have not failed. But anyway, I'm digressing. But also social media presence. I was recently privy to a statistic of how much social media hits does somebody like a Virat Kohli get as opposed to somebody like Mithali Raj gets. It's interesting. I mean, all of you are youngsters, you're in the social media dynamic. I'm not. But so that is the visibility. Right now, you follow on Instagram and see. So you see, this is all creating an ecosystem. This is aside from the real talent of actually playing. So all this needs to change. So then the differential prize money. I mean, for my sake, I find it no earthly reason why there should be a gap between prize money. Recently, there have been some initiatives in table tennis, which is headed by the Committee of Administrators by Justice Geeta Mittal, that she's put out, I believe she's put out some notice to say that, listen, why should we have different prize money?
No, she's already stated that we will give.
She's already stated that. So that's a move by an administrator who was appointed by the court. There's no earthly reason by people who are, they don't need a court appointed administrator to come in. If you have the will, you can change it. So now there's also this provision in the sports code. I don't know if, I mean, whoever is lawyer here, that, that there are certain positions in the administration which have to be reserved for women. Mr. Mehra is, of course, fighting numerous cases against so many federations who have not complied with the sports code. I don't want to comment more because I'm in a judicial position now, but I'll reserve my comments. But the point is that there is a code. There is so the law has to also play that role, because law is there to have a regulation. And thanks to Justice Ravindra Bhatt and his judgment, the sports code was recognized as law which needed to be followed. Before that, it was a set of guidelines. Absolutely seminal judgment, which was there, which changed the whole landscape. So again, that's another input. But the prime thrust, in my opinion, has to come from federations and private enterprises. Ultimately, the administrators of federations, women ought to become heads of federations. We need to see that presence there because that is the ecosystem you got to change. Private business, on the other hand, still will discriminate less because if you have a woman officer and an employee in a private organization who's talented, she'll still get to largely the top till, of course, she hits the famous glass ceiling, which I know from my friends and my spouse that it supremely exists in the most robust and it's quite impenetrable. So, I happen to come from a family of 3 sisters and a spouse and a 6-year-old daughter. And every day I realize how inferior I am. So in terms of both IQ, EQ, and SQ. So all age groups remind me that I'm a limited human being and we don't have all those capabilities which nature has endowed on women. And I'm not saying this as a posturing. This is truly my everyday experience. And I thank God for it, that I am sensitized to that extent. The other push, and Beniwal, I would say, is to come from women athletes themselves, who after glorious years as an athlete should become influencers. We see a lot of women athletes pass away. Pass away into the sunset. But you become influencers in the media. You become thought leaders, not only coaches and managers. I think that is an individual initiative. If that is an individual initiative, it will create an ecosystem for each person. I'm reminded of this very emotional story, which Rahul probably knows about, is about the 4 relay girls in Commonwealth who had Ashwini Ankunji and others who were found to have steroid in the sample. And that's the time my whole exposure to anti-doping came up to play. There were 6 girls, and this is just a story of the record, 6 girls for whom we clapped and from whom we had tears in eyes when they won the gold at Commonwealth in Delhi. Later on, their samples were found to have a steroid, which incidentally was found to have come from a bottle of ginseng, which was a seal bottle that they had, which was brought from an Asian Games village in China by their coach. And the government was kind enough to allow that, but still. So I was appointed the lawyer and we won 2 rounds here, but they lost in what is called the Court of Arbitration at Sport in Lausanne because for some reasons. When those girls, and I'm not going to the merits of the case, but when those girls, those girls couldn't speak the same language. One was from the South, one was from Haryana, Priyanka, one was from a tribal area, Murmu, Joanna Murmu. And it was such an amazing experience. These girls sitting in front of you, they can't speak the same language, but they spoke the language of the baton. They ran together as a team. And to me, that was like a hugely emotional experience to see that it doesn't matter from where you are. As a sports person, you can play. When you can play on the field, you're a different person. So therefore, these are situations that we came across. I also want to say that women and men, it's not fair to compare either each way. I would say that sometimes men also get short shrift by saying, oh, you're a brute, you're not empathetic. We do say to our boys, why are you wearing pink? Why are you so sensitive? Why are you crying? No, I have a son of 10 years of age. And some guest came in and he was wearing some clips in his hair. And they said, Hamara beta hai. These are stereotypes. And stereotypes both ways don't work. Really don't work. It's unfair. So give space. We are born as an individual. That's the safest and politically correct word I can use. We are an individual, a human being with our own capabilities, our own skills, our own administrative abilities, our leadership qualities, and we ought to be given air for that, whatever it might be. Everybody doesn't have the same competence, but without consideration of gender, either which way. So I think that's the important thing to remember. You see somebody, you see them for their ability. You don't see them for the gender. So if we do not rectify this mindset, I feel we will not get where we achieve. And let today's discussion, we are sitting in the chambers of industry. I hope and wish this doesn't stop here and the industry is able to do something. I mean, the contribution of industry in sport is, I dare say, very peripheral. It's only the outfits, commercial outfits, which are there to earn money out of sport. But the industry has so much to do in this process. So since we are in the chambers of industry, I'm willing to make that comment. Let me share with you a personal anecdote. So many years back, my spouse, who was working as a consultant in Ernst & Young, and I took her permission to tell you this anecdote. She was told to head the business for Formula One when it came in the inaugural year. Many eyebrows were raised, and I remember them. How is a young lady, supposed to head what is a male-dominated sport? Rush, speed, testosterone, sound, technology. Young ladies going to head this? To her credit, I mean, I can say that she was not only asked to repeat that role the next year and for the next year's race, but she also curated a team of only women to be associated with her work. So one leader, we are talking about leadership. So one leader creates many other leaders. And so we must celebrate each and every leader who is there in this ecosystem. And I just want to leave you with that thought. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for calling me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your enlightening perspective with us. I'd like to now hand over to Bhavna, ma'am. Ma'am, do we have any time for Q&A?
Because we have such an eminent panel, we'll take a few questions if there aren't any.
Honorable Justice Dayal, the esteemed panelists, and my fellow friends. I'm Madhav, and my question is, as sir, for those who know, those who are from the law background and those who are not, who don't know this, sir, before becoming a judge, has been the pioneer of sports law in India. So my question is regarding sports law only. Sir, there have been some recent cases of backlog in sports, in cases relating to sports law. Explicitly banning of players, like the recent case of Sarita Devi. She got banned by the Boxing Association for a period of 1 year. So she approached the High Court, and by the time the High Court could come up with a judgment, the 1 year period lapsed and the petition became infructuous. And a very similar thing, I think, also happened with Ajay Jadeja.
Madhav, you forget that I'm not a lawyer anymore and I'm a judge. So I think comments on a matter in the court is not appropriate for me. If you can keep it general, I can answer.
Yes.
But
So my question is, how far are we, or how close are we to tribunalization of courts?
Okay.
For fast track courts.
So So I'll approach it from a different angle. So whenever we used to come with a, so there's a thought process which is on about sports dispute resolution. Let me put it there. So now what is happening? What are the kind of cases that are going into the court? And increasingly so, selection. Manika Batra's case started from issues of selection, ended up in the complete deconstruction of the TT Federation. The anti-doping cases actually don't go, because the anti-doping cases actually start from the NADA, the anti-doping panel, then it goes to the anti-doping appeal panel, and then you have an appeal at Court of Arbitration of Sport in Lausanne. You see, sports is a very, quickly, I don't want to bore you, but sports law actually is a very strange being. It exists in its own ecosystem. The federation, the Indian Federation, reports to the International Federation. Actually, there is no, the poking by the local jurisdiction, the legal poking is very less, because, and that's what this Indian Olympic judgment had actually brought in, that listen, if you're using the name India, the reasoning which was given was, if you're using the name India, if you're getting concessions on tax, then why can't we regulate you? Right? So it's an interesting thing. Now, more and more, when these issues are going into court, there is a thought process that we could possibly have a sports dispute resolution body. How and when, I think the government is probably also thinking about it. We've had, I've been sort of generally witness to some discussions, but I think that's probably a good idea. I won't say so. It's probably a good idea because you see the courts need not be burdened. The reason why is when you go to court, it's not necessarily that you'll get immediate relief. But a sports person's life is a perishable commodity. You just have those couple of years of peaking. If you lose that, you're gone. So, but if you go to court, I mean, how with court with its own burdens of roster, they may not be able to give you that kind of urgency. So just for that reason, I think it's not a bad idea to have sports dispute processes outside court, which are recognized by some legislation or by a court diktat, all that. I mean, I'll leave it to
Actually, there are two reasons why it must happen right away. One, because of the backlog that you're right. More importantly, what is the dispute for? And who are the people who are coming to court? The nucleus, like Justice Dayal also mentioned. Who is the nucleus of the entire sporting ecosystem? The sports person, right? What do we have for him? Most of the national sports federations and local bodies have, they've just a body called a grievance. Most of them don't even have it. The ones who have it, it's a grievance redressal system where one of their own administrators as their own colleagues sit and they do everything to put it under the carpet rather than take it out and redress it. So therefore, short lifespan, take it to a tribunal, make it 30 days at the lower level, 30 days appellate, and that's the end of the story. Take it to the international level if you want to thereafter. And all this which goes around, because Indian courts, we are privileged that in Delhi High Court, majority of the judges are sensitized over the last 20-25 years. And I can say this, barring a few judges in the Supreme Court, not many are sensitized to the extent that Delhi High Court is sensitized with. Right? We have the judgment which Justice Dayal spoke about, Justice Bhatt and Justice Waziri. I mean, a phenomenal judgment followed, lays the law of the land. Everything was the other way prior to that. Everything turned on its head. So take it outside, make it time bound, because the only person who benefits by delay is the aggressor, is the oppressor. The one who's oppressed wants an immediate decision. Because if I go and I say I'm not being allowed to go for the Commonwealth Games, which is happening in September, and my date comes in November, what good is that system? Throw it out. I mean, rather not have a system than say we have a system, right? So therefore, and it only benefits lawyers like us to delay for hearings and all. Now I'm a senior advocate, I'm a part of that nonsense system that we have, but that's the way it is, right? All lawyers should be same. Market should determine who goes to whom. We create these artificial barriers. You have spent 20 years, you are the favorite, you're this, you're that. So all of that is there, but then, I'm a beneficiary of that today, right? But it doesn't make it a good system, even though I'm a beneficiary. Now I can openly speak about it. When I wasn't there, I couldn't speak about it, right? But now if I don't, then I'm as bad as a Sachin Tendulkar who got an opportunity to expose the world match fixing and did nothing even as a member of parliament. So he's a god on that 22 yards, but failed miserably outside. Unfortunate. I mean, imagine Sachin Tendulkar's voice in the parliament on cricket, one sentence. You think anybody, including the prime ministers of today or yesteryears, would have been able to stand up to that voice? But so unused, so inefficient, so underexposed. So that's the failing of these legends as well.
I'll just add one thing. Within the cricketing arena, ever since the changes were brought about by the Supreme Court, there's an ombudsman mechanism which has been brought in. The BCCI has Justice Vineet Saran as of today as the ombudsman. Every state association has its ombudsman, and the eligibility is a retired Chief Justice of an High Court. And it has fast-tracked the concerns which you just raised, be selections, be appointments, be anything. the systems become very proactive. So we understand where the process of the judicial process and courts can take time, but the ombudsman mechanism is very forthcoming. So when the idea of a tribunal for sports in matters regarding international sports, apart from the sports which have a system in place, is not a bad idea because it will only fasten the processes. We've had Justice Badr Durraiz Ahmed as the ombudsman in Delhi earlier. Very forthcoming, very, very forthcoming. We've had Justice Deepak Verma. What a judge. Right now, we've got Justice Indu Malhotra, retired Supreme Court judge. We're always worried that we're going to get a whip sooner than later. So it's always good to be disciplined. And it does balance the equities when functioning does come in place. And if you have good governance and transparency as the pinnacle on any association or federation, you won't hear much out of the redressal forums, whether it be judicial, ombudsman, or even an in-house. Thank you.
Let's compliment Mr. Jaitley. I can't resist not complimenting him because I don't hear these words from such administrators. Transparency, accountability, you know. I mean, and the worst of the federations, DDC is talking about it. I mean, they're the worst. They are right there. They're buried. And they're talking about accountability, transparency. God bless him. You know, I hope he's got a little bit of his father. But please do what your father couldn't do. End up doing what I always used to tell your father, sir, please do it. You're the most powerful man on this planet Earth, at least in our country. Do it. God has given you that opportunity, Rohanji. Please do it. Please do it. And don't do it for me because you right outside your stadium for last 20 years, you won't make me, you'll make a dog a member of, dogs are actually better than me also, but you'll make them members, you will not make me a member for right reasons because I'll show you a mirror, which at most of the times will be a ghastly figure coming back, right? But all I'm saying is, you know, your membership, 4,400 or 5,000 people. I mean, who the hell thinks about sports or cricket in that one? Name one or two of them. I mean, how many executives, how many women do you have, sir, on your executive as women?
You'll have to leave it to drafting of your petition and grounds.
Let me tell you something.
Against the DDC.
So I couldn't resist because he was talking about it. I said I must lap it up.
And the court, I'm sure, will give notice to Mr. Jaitley to answer them in a reply.
Okay.
I hope you are the judge out there.
Let me tell you something. Since 2 years, there've been women members on the board who are actively involved. We've got someone on the office bearers. We've got representatives from the cricket associations, from the government nominees. And slowly that number is increasing. The space is increasing. We've got former players who are actively participating in the rebuilding exercise. And about membership, it's something that you know that's not been done for a while. It's not happened. The matters are pending in court. I'm sure you're aware of it. So there's not much that can happen. But whenever it happens, there has to be a transparent procedure brought in, like the golf club or etc., where there are screening committees, interviews, etc., that people who contribute into the system come into it. There's no other way.
This is like women should be there. We should do that. So it's all about that.
Good afternoon. My question would be for Mr. Rohan Jaitley. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. So what are the big challenges you're facing being the head of this prestigious institution, the Federation? And my second question would be that what is that breakthrough idea or that game-changing concept which is there in your mind, which you would like to implement, which could be a ray of hope for the entire sporting community?
See, it is easier to be abused when you're sitting on the topmost post for any purpose whatsoever. The buck stops there. There have been a fair share of challenges. We've revamped the system to a certain extent. There's a sportswoman on my left. Delhi this season, from a trial-based mechanism, has already shifted to a performance-based selection criteria. So I would say that in the last few months, we're right now crossing about 1,000 games across age groups where children are playing. So when I say transparency and good governance, when you ask me what is the change, with the forthcoming domestic season, you will see the change. We've had 2 years which went by in COVID. There have been players who've been down and out. There have been players who've been severely hit by the disease. Recovery's taken a long, long time. But having a transparent system in place is the key. There shouldn't be a parent who should come by complaining, as Mr. Mehra said, like parents of players are in the toughest spot. There shouldn't be players who should complain. Let their child play, let their child get games on the ground, let a performance chart go to them. They should know he's played A, B, C, D, E games. This is what his performance is. If it is in front of a parent, a child knows how well he's playing, a player knows what his potential is. It's there in front. You might have good days, bad days, but you can't have every day as a bad day or an every day as a good day. Everyone understands that. So change is around the corner within the Delhi cricket, and it's already in play. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. What were your challenges as a boxer and being a woman and being from Haryana state? Well, it's so, male dominated and how the system is. Could you just explain a journey?
My father retired as a district sports officer from Hisar, Haryana. He has been a boxing coach. So he was the key person who asked us to do all sports. And, we are 3 brothers and sisters. We 3 are players. So he was the key person and he was an educated man. He gives us, equal opportunity right now as well. Whatever you want to do, just do. And I got married to a person who himself is Olympian, Arjun Awardee, Akhil Kumar. He is right now a ACP Gurugram. So I was lucky enough to get opportunity. And, whatever comes in front of me as a opportunity, I crash that. Just work on hard work and then I'm here what I am. I want to answer that questions like women in sports because the theme of this conversation was this women in sports. I have been elected as Women Commission member by International Boxing Association in 2014. They invited me in Switzerland, Lausanne. I went there. Our president gave a lecture. You are women, this is IBA Women Commission, you are sitting. And then I raised the question, being a woman, I don't want to be in this commission. Then he said, what you want? You just give the opportunity to work the women in different commissions, coaches commission, disciplinary commission, referee judges commissions. Then it will make some sense. And from there they started. I mean, this is not only in India only. This is worldwide. And IOC, International Olympic Committee, they have started this initiative, gender equality. In 2012 Olympics, in 2008 Olympics, where my husband boxed, it was 286 boxers, male boxers participating. Then they started women boxing in 2009. In 2012 Olympics, where Mary Kom won the medal, 36 women boxers. 2016, 52 women boxers. Now it's equal. Yeah, in every international federation, IOC has pushed them. You just, the lawyers who are working on this, you just read about the international federations. On their website, you will get the statistics. It's gender equality is main agenda of IOC. So is for this Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports Authority of India. So I mean, we should talk some positive talks. अच्छा क्या हो रहा है? अभी जैसे राहुल जी ने बताया अभिनव जी के बारे में, उनका he is like उसकी खुद की दिल की इच्छा थी. I will आपको एक कोट बताती हूँ. मोहम्मद अली ने हमेशा बोला है, champions are not made in the gyms. They are made something deep inside them. Their skill and will, but their will must be greater than skill. जो अभिनव बिंद्रा के पास सब कुछ था, उसका जज्बा था, सब कुछ था, उसका जज्बा था ओलंपिक मेडल का, उसने किया. अब जो दूसरा एग्जांपल मैंने नीरज जी का बताया, उसको देखो ना, गवर्नमेंट ने सपोर्ट किया. अब if we start about the ecosystem in the sports ecosystem in India, kids start at grassroots level. There are various sports training centers running by the state governments, even STC side training centers, private clubs and academies. And then we have National Center of Excellence. This is like government funded. And then we have the top scheme, core and development group. And in top scheme, we are giving the kids, Neeraj Chopra, we are giving 50,000 per month. This is for his use of his day-to-day, And then we have the core group. After the core group, we have development group, 20,000 per month. And the Khelo India grassroots level, 3,000 kids, 10,000 per month, ministry is providing. So something positive is also happening. We should talk about the positive things as well.
पूनम जी मैं कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं क्योंकि आप खिलाड़ी हैं.
लेकिन जब तक खिलाड़ी रही, अभी जैसे सुनीता दुग्गल जी भी कह रही थी, हम अब जिस रोल में हम क्या कर रहे हैं, मेरा हमेशा यही क्वेश्चन रहता है, अब हम जिस रोल में हम क्या कर रहे हैं. अब मैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हूँ, सैटरडे संडे टाइम मिलता है, अपने स्किल्स बच्चों के साथ शेयर करती हूँ. माय हस्बैंड वर्किंग एज ए ACP गुड़गांव, बट सैटरडे संडे टाइम मिलता है, बच्चों के साथ अपने स्किल शेयर करता है. तो हम स्पोर्ट्स के लिए खुद क्या कर रहे हैं, मतलब जिनके बच्चे हैं या भाई बहन हैं, आप कितना पुश करते हैं उनको स्पोर्ट्स के लिए. तो आई मीन हमारी भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है.
सिर्फ एक क्वेश्चन है, क्या कोई भी खिलाड़ी बिल्कुल ऊपर स्तर तक पहुंच सकता है ओलंपिक लेवल पे अगर उसके माँ बाप उसके पीछे ना खड़े हों और पूरी सरकार की ताकत लगा दो आप वहां पर? हो सकता है?
यस,
हो सकता है.
एग्जाम्पल देती हूँ मैं. अखिल इज देयर. अखिल के माँ बाप को पता ही नहीं था 4-5 साल तो बॉक्सिंग करता है. 13 साल की उम्र में बाहर निकला था पढ़ना अखिल के बारे में गूगल में. तो 13 साल की उम्र में घर से निकला, साई ट्रेनिंग सेंटर में ट्रेनिंग किया, भिवानी में ट्रेनिंग किया, नेशनल कैंप में आया, 20 साल एक चैंपियन की तरह लाइफ जिया. ऑल्दो ही मिस्ड द ओलंपिक मेडल, लेकिन आज भी वो मेरे लिए चैंपियन है. उसके माँ बाप उसके साथ नहीं थे, लेकिन उसका नाम है.
थैंक यू सो मच.
आपके लिए बता रहा हूँ, आजकल एक पिटिशन है मेरी चल रही है जिसमें सिर्फ ये कह रहे हैं कि जो बड़े बड़े स्टेडियम बनाए हुए हैं ना, इनको सिर्फ जनता के लिए खोल दीजिए.
सी देखिए, सब बोलते हैं BCCI ये वो सब ये, बट मतलब मैं फर्स्ट टाइम मिल रही हूँ जेटली साहब से. BCCI से हमें सीखना चाहिए. वो उन्होंने एक बिजनेस खड़ा कर दिया, हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते? अब मैं बॉक्सिंग
So we're going to.
I think
we're going to bring in our honorable judge to give the conclusion.
I have the prerogative as the chair to stop this excitement. I'm sure it's very exciting, I'm sure. But the good thing is that what you're seeing is a churning of views, which is great. I think her point is well made in a point that there is positive thinking at various levels happening. And I'm always personally also a great optimist. So the point is about encouraging the positive and is about being aware of the negative and what you can resolve about the negative. And particularly since sports is a very positive endeavor at its very core, I think we must concentrate upon that.
सर, टोक्यो ओलंपिक से पहले कोविड की कितनी बुरी सिचुएशन थी, आप लोग जानते हैं. वुमेन हॉकी ने कितना अच्छा परफॉर्म किया. बेंगलोर में कैंप लगा था, साई एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर ऑन टोज थे. पटियाला में बॉक्सिंग का कैंप लगा था, 9 के 9 ओलंपियन जो क्वालिफाई हुए बॉक्सिंग के, वी वर ऑन टोज फॉर देम. तो ऐसा नहीं कुछ नहीं हो रहा, बहुत कुछ हो रहा है. We should support that.
I don't think, to be fair, I think none of the panelists made the point that nothing is happening. It was not a negative conversation. The idea was to throw out thoughts to the audience, to say that these are the points that you need to think about. And I think the manner in which it is conveyed is different. Ms. Beniwal conveys it differently. Mr. Mehra conveys it differently, and Mr. Jaitley conveys it differently because they are all in different roles. And I think congratulations to the organization to bring it all together, because that's the whole idea of a good discourse and a good discussion. So,
and my sincere thanks to Justice Dayal for explaining it so beautifully.
Thank you so much. May I request Mr. Kirat Javali and Ms. Lalit Mohini Bharti to please join us on stage to give an appreciation. Thank you to the honorable panelists here. Please join us on stage and a big round of applause. Like all our panelists have said, kadam kadam badhaye ja, so we are moving forward. let's keep the applause going. Kirit sir, may I request you to please give thanks from our side to Honorable Mr. Justice Anish Dayal, Judge of High Court of Delhi. Thank you so much for sparing time and being here with us, sir. To Mr. Rohan Jaitley, President DDCA and Advocate Supreme Court. Thank you so much, sir. And we look forward to the changes as advised by our other panelists. To Mr. Rahul Mehra, Senior Advocate, for bringing out the challenges. Thank you so much, sir. And Ms. Poonam Beniwal, our former international boxer, for making a positive note in our panel discussion today. A big round of applause, please, to our panelists and our honorable judge. And to Ms. Ila Tyagi as well for moderating. Thank you. May I request the panelists to please come forward for a group photograph, please. One more round of applause to show our appreciation. Thank you. May I also request the faculty representative from GIMS, NDIM, GGSIPU, and Asian Law College to please be ready, and we'll be handing over the certificates to you for your students. If I can request the panel to please stay for 2 more minutes, and we'll like to request the faculty head from GIMS to please come on stage and take the certificates for the students who have taken being a part of our program today. Please come on stage. A big round of applause to yourselves for being here, and I hope you've all learned something today. So we can just hand over the whole thing to them. NDIM, is the faculty head from NDIM here? GGSIPU, is the faculty head from GGSIPU here? Please come, no problem, no problem. Yeah. Let's keep the applause going for yourselves. This is for yourselves, so thank you. This is GGSIPU faculty and the Asian Law College, ma'am, please. Before we all leave, the person who's conceptualized and without whom this program would not have been possible, can we have a big round of applause for Ms. Priya Hingorani, the Chair of Law and Justice Committee, PhD CCI, and Senior Advocate, and a request, ma'am, to please say a few words. Ma'am.
I'm sorry, Justice Dayal, Rohan, Rahul, Poonam, that I'm not there with you, but I've really enjoyed the discussion and the debate. I just want to thank all of you personally for joining in and making this section so active and interactive. Thank you very much. And I'd like to just take this opportunity to thank the PhD Secretariat, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Bhavna, Siddharth, Pankuri, who have worked tirelessly for the last 2.5 weeks, day and night, to make this program a success. Of course, my co-chairs, Kirit and Mohini, they have been such huge support and the backbone of this committee. Thank you so very much. And I hope we'll meet soon once I'm out of isolation and have a get together once again. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate, and everyone in the audience, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And we are equally thankful to SIDBI, to Power Guild Treasuries and our institutions who have supported us, James New Delhi Institute of Management, Asian Law College and Guru Gobind Singh University, IP University for sending their most of the law students to learn new things from all these domain experts. I am sure that you must have become wiser by this evening because the sessions you people have attended, it was all full of practical insights. We need definitely theoretical lessons in class, but the practical insights from the the people who walk the talk, you got the chance to listen directly from the horse's mouth. I think it must be one of the most wonderful days of your life. So thank you very much to all these institutions for partnering with us, and we look forward to your support in all our future endeavors. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you everyone once again, and we look forward to seeing you again next time. Thank you. NDIM, may I request someone from NDIM to? If the students want to take their photographs on the stage with their faculty, you're more than welcome. Please. Gyms, if you can just meet me, somebody from gyms.